time. It's nothing but hustle inside of the huddle, you know that I grind. A dangerous mind, a weapon of choice when pushing the line. Go overtime and I won't break when it's crunch time. My end game is number one. Bet it all, give me my cash. Supreme game, can't stop it. Take off like a rocket. Break it back, don't bend mine. I'm the one now, you can't hide. Legendary like legacy. This is our moment, our time. This is our moment. This is our time. Time is now. It's time to rise. This is our moment. This is our time. The time is now. It's time to rise. Yeah. Coming for glory. We ready for war. The city's behind us. We giving you more. We ready whenever. The world is watching. The time is now. No other option. No other way. Play to win the way that we play. Destined for greatness, born to be great, ahead of the game. In front of the pack, leading the way, it's time to reign. The kingdom's here, this is our year. Been to the bottom, ain't nothing to fear, we running the game. Rushing the field for every yard, on every play. Nobody's safe, rise when we fall, but never stay down. The champs is here, tuning in for the 10. This is our moment, this is our time. The time is now, it's time to rise. This is our moment, this is our time. Time is now, time to rise. It's time to rise. This is our time. It's our moment. It's our time. Feet in the dirt, nose to the grind. Like the crack of dawn, you can't stop the shine. Moment after moment, day after day. It's our time. Lock and loaded, it's time for war. Ha! Tear it down, kick in the door. Yeah, I want it all, give me some more. Ha! I want it all, give me some more. I want it all, give me some more. Ha! Yeah. Kill 'em all, it's time for war. It's time for war. Like pandemonium, I set it off. Sacrifice, I bear the cross. Legendary, I'm a big dog. Hard knock on the front line. Pure blood, my bloodline. Headshots the first time. My aim good, bullseye. Warfare. Don't play fair, don't play fair. You not sure? Don't go there, I'm right here. No fear, I'm ready to go at top speed. No brick wall can block me. No army can stop me. Yeah, I want it all and I can't lose. I came far and I won't stop. This my time, I pay dues. Yeah, it's war time and I won't retreat. I want it all, give me some more. I kill them all, won't taste defeat. Nah. Now bow down at the king's feet. It's time for war. I want it all, give me some more. Kill 'em all, it's time for war. Kill 'em all, it's time for war. It's time for war.
It really seems like with sport mods and so forth, it's top-notch competition.
It is a different driving style there for the Derby. We talk to them all the time, all over the country. And
Yes, great show coming up. Congratulations, all the race winners this weekend.
Hi, welcome to Day Motorsports. How can I help you?
Thank you for keeping Day Motorsports in business for over 50 years.
No middleman, no markups, no problems. Go to www.sawblade.com. Performance Sawing.
It really seems like with sport mods and so forth, it's top-notch competition.
it is a different driving style there for the Derby. We talk to them all the time, all over the country. And
Yes, great show coming up. Congratulations, all the race winners this weekend.
Hi, welcome to Day Motorsports. How can I help you?
Thank you for keeping Day Motorsports in business for over 50 years.
No middleman, no markups, no problems. Go to www.sawblade.com. Performance Sawing.
it really seems like with sport mods and so forth, it's top-notch competition.
It is a different driving style there for the Derby. We talk to them all the time, all over the country. And
Yes, great show coming up. Congratulations, all the race winners this weekend.
Welcome to Day Motorsports. How can I help you?
Thank you for keeping Day Motorsports in business for over 50 years.
No middleman, no markups, no problems. Go to www.sawblade.com. Performance Sawing.
Again, race fans, we say hello and welcome back here on night number 2 of the 7th running of the SmackDown here at the Rocket Raceway Park in Petty, Texas. Hey, it's going to be a good one tonight, race fans. I encourage you, before we start telling you all about each and every one of these great competitors that are here to lay it all on the line for you great race fans, please get on the phone if they can still hear you. But that's why they invented text messaging, so you can text someone whenever they can't hear you. So send some folks some messages, post on Facebook, maybe take a pretty picture of the racetrack, and let them know where you're spending your Saturday night, right here in beautiful Petty, Texas, at the Rocket Raceway Park. Again, folks, what you're seeing right now, if this happens to be someone's first time ever to a racetrack, the folks who brought you here didn't explain it to you. What you're seeing right now is what we call hot laps. It allows each and every driver that's in competition tonight to test and tune their equipment. Just a basic couple of practice laps. Allows them to test and tune their equipment, make sure everything's hot and working to expectation before we rack them and stack them and go at it for 8 to 12 laps in distance for our heat races and our last chance qualifiers tonight for the factory stocks. And also, it helps the track prep crew roll in this racing service, tightly compress that clay. Kevin Sestairs had his hands full. The wind has been blowing. I tell you what, one of the best racetracks I've seen all year last night, maybe in quite some time. Some of the best racing I've seen all year long. And it's pretty impressive considering the cards that were dealt. Get another session of Buckmeyer Motorsports Ecomods wrapping up their hot lap session tonight. And the first group of the Byline Surveying USRA factory stocks on the racetrack. Again, Marty Hicks last night comes in this weekend as a 3-time winner this year. And he was the man with the plan, looking to get checkers in his hands for $5,000 this weekend. Marty Hicks, your overall top qualifier for the 2 rounds of passing point heats. So we'll have a dash with the top 6 cars from last night locked into tonight's main event. They'll race for starting position for the main event. Again, USRA factory stocks. Well, the Byline surveying USRA factory stocks wrapping up their first hot lap session of the night. So entering turn number 3 out here on the racetrack. Oh, it's going to be the driver of the Folsom Insurance Old Timer Transport Canton Guns and Ammo for the young 21-year-old out of Crandall, Texas, Tristan McCullough, feature race winner here this season in car number 3M. So factory stock hot lap still getting underway here. You'll see in turn number 1 the 46-year-old racer of Tommy Davis Jr. out of Wills Point, Texas. He's driving the 2.5 chassis, Bullet Racing engine. Anderson Roofing, Buckmeyer Motorsports, Dark Horse Racing Shocks supplying the dig underneath that number 17 2.5 chassis with the Dirt Defender mud plugs on it with the extreme graphics looking good by J-Rod. So again, the Byline surveying USRA factory stocks rolling through hot laps here. Allows these guys to get ready to go for tonight's racing action. Make sure the racing equipment's all working expectation, while it also helps this track prep crew get this race service tightly compressed and provide you the best possible show here tonight. So the 6 cars that we have locked in after the 2 rounds of passing point heats last night. Your overall top qualifier out of Powderly, Texas. And the Hicks Muffler and Tire, the 2H of Marty Hicks, 3-time winner this season. 5V of Michael Smith. Smith, a 4-time winner here this season of the Paris Alternator and Starter. Madewell Welding and Repair, Powderly Coating, C&J Truck Wash, number 5V right here out of Paris. Michael Smith will be the outside pole starter of that dash. We have racing for the starting position in tonight's main event. Kyle Cummings out of Minden, Louisiana. He's in the Childress Fishing and Rentals. Hunter's Body Shop, Mobac Suspension, GRT Chassis number B1. He's out of Minden. It's Kyle Cummings. And the number 82, he's no stranger to the victory lane. 13 wins on the year, been racing since 2006. The 30-year-old, well, now you call him a veteran, but you call him Kid Rocket is the moniker he goes by. The Stealth Oilfield Services, Fastline Fabrication, Sanford Racing Heads, Don Wilde Racecraft, number 82 on the weekend. It's Kid Rocket Shelby Williams. He's locked in. As well as the driver to the Outlaw Chassis, number 75 out of Salina, Texas, the Jim Dunn Trucking, Flynn Trucking, National Graphics, number 75 of Sonny Chauvin. And the number 38, the sixth and final car to lock himself into the night's main event dance. And the North Star Truck Beds, Iron Bull Trailers, Hicks Muffler and Tires, State Line Fireworks, Whitaker's Towing, number 38 of Kyle Blanton, the hired gun this weekend, driving Dion Redmond's number 38 car. So you'll get your next look here at the Buckmeyer Motorsports Ecomods on the Speedway here tonight at the Rocket Raceway Park. And last night's winner rolling right here on the front straightaway. So mentioned several times last night's winner in the Buckmeyer Motorsports Ecomods was Sean Williams, his 6th win of the season last night. And he faded all the way back to 6th early. It just sounds like it's coming out of a kazoo over there. That's the way it sounds. So you'll get your first look now of the Southern Topless Economy Modifieds making their second start of the 2022 campaign here tonight. Driver coming off of turn number 4, won 22 races a season ago, won 20 the previous year. And it's going to be the Mad Hatter, Chase Hatton. For all you Texas Longhorn fans in the stands tonight, how many Longhorn fans are out there? If you can hear me. Any Texas Longhorn fans here? All right, well, I hate to tell you. There's 3:09 left in the fourth quarter. Oklahoma State Cowboys just took a 7-point lead, 41-34, with 3:09 left. And as if anyone cares, and I'm sure you don't, my LSU Tigers came back and destroyed Ole Miss in the second half here. 45-20 was the final. But the Longhorns trying to get a victory today over 12th-ranked Oklahoma State up in Stillwater. As the Southern Topless Economy Modifieds wrapping up their first, maybe their only hot lap session of the night. Again, the Southern Topless Economy Modifieds are on a 2-barrel carburetor, and they run the asphalt pull-off F45 Hoosier Slick tire, which is a great equalizer. The current point leader coming into tonight's action rides out of Carthage, Texas, Jacob Toomey in the number 11. And we will now see the number 1 out of Greenville, Texas, of Jimmy Day. Jimmy Day in the number 1 has many victories in his racing career. He'll be one to keep your eyes on tonight in the number 1 car. So we got three pairs of the day family tonight. We got Jimmy there in the number 1 racing the Southern Topless Economy Modifieds. Race last night in the limited mods. Former $5,000 winner to the Battle of Boot Hill Speedway in Greenwood, Louisiana. You got Bo Day, his son, racing at Vado Speedway Park in New Mexico. And Las Cruces, New Mexico, Kay Dillard won there last night for the Fall Nationals at Vado Speedway Park. But Bo Day did start on the front row. We've seen a lot of Bo Day around this area. He has performed well. Of course, Rowdy Day here finished second last night in the Costin & Son Ready Mix USRA Limited Modified main event. And he'll be one to keep your eyes on and a major threat to take home the victory here tonight. All right. Alrighty, race fans, we say hello and welcome back here on night number 2 and the 7th running of the SmackDown here at the Rocket Raceway Park in Petty, Texas. I said it earlier, if you weren't here last night, folks, sorry about your luck. You missed some outstanding racing action. The good news is you're here tonight, and one thing I do want to highly encourage you to do is get on your phone. That's why the Lord gave you a cell phone, so you can send a text message. You don't have to call anybody when it gets loud at the racetrack, and you can let them know to get out here to the racetrack tonight to enjoy some great racing action. There's still plenty of time to get out here, nonetheless, to see that $5,000 USRA factory stock winner crowned and see a lot of great racing that takes place in order to get to that point of the program. So tonight we got the Southern Topless Economy Modifieds joined with the Costin & Son Ready Mix USRA Limited Modifieds, the Buckmeyer Motorsports Ecomods with a full show, and the Byline Surveying USRA factory stocks are ready to lay it all on the line. So we're going to go ahead and get this thing kicked off real quick. I want to introduce you to the judge, jury, and executioner up in the flag stand. He's one of the best ones in the business, my good friend Kevin Fry. Up in the Rocket Raceway Park flag stand, he gave you a wave. You ought to give him one back. Thank you very much. To my left is going to be Mr. Billy Edmonds. He's going to lead us to the Lord in prayer tonight. As Kevin Sestair, Kevin Rogers, and the entire staff here welcome you back to the Rocket Raceway Park.
All right, let's stand, please. Lord, we love you and thank you for this evening and thank you for this beautiful weather. God, I pray for safety over our fans tonight. Thank you for them being here this evening, and I pray safety over our drivers, our crew, and our race drivers' crews as well. Thank you for the freedom we have in our country, this great United States of America, and I pray you bless our country and its leaders. Thank you most of all for your amazing grace and your mercy in our lives, and we ask this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Again, please remain standing for tonight's playing of the national anthem. All righty, race fans, kick the tires, light the fires. Night number 2 of the 7th annual SmackDown here at the Rocket Raceway Park, the second and final event of the 2022 campaign. as we have the American Racer Modified Series Nationals coming up here. 6th, 7th, and 8th, I believe, is the dates. Maybe it's the 7th, 8th, and 9th. I'm around close. Don't quote me on it, but it's pretty close. You can go to My Race Pass and get the initial or the for sure schedule there. So coming out first, going to be the Costin & Son Ready Mix Limited Modifieds. Costin & Son Ready Mix is a ready mix concrete producer located in Paris, Texas. They've been making concrete since 1959. Family owned and operated in the same location for over 50 years, located right down the road in Paris, Texas. You can find them at CostinConcrete.com or give them a call at 903-784-2321. Costin & Son Ready Mix, your proud presenting sponsor of the Limited Modifieds in 2022. So here's how they're going to line up in Costin & Son Ready Mix USRA Limited Modified Heat Race number 1 with 33 entries in the pit area tonight. Not a bad group of shoes here represented. On the pole out of New Home, Texas, in car number 12X is going to be Travis Graves. To his outside of the 56 Dub, it's Tyler Webb out of Iowa Park, Texas. Brian Holland out of Winsboro, pilot's car number 59R. Outside is the USRA Nationals winner at Wheatland's Lucas Oil Speedway 2 weeks ago, Rowdy Day in 20D. Inside of row number 3, 14X is Josh Landers. He's out of Princeton, Texas. Outside's Corey Whitworth out of Durant, Oklahoma in car number 19. Stephen Hogan out of Jefferson, Texas in car number 18. Bailey Turner from Hooks in 24B. Timmy Johnson out of Hydro, Oklahoma 76M. That is your official starting lineup. I was just talking with Kevin Sestero off mic. We got one throwing an elbow, and they're going to make a little bit of contact down the front boulevard to the midpoint. As Rowdy Day has jumped out front, takes no prisoners, 4th to the race lead in 1.5 circuits as he met the midpoint of the back straightaway. As he hustles his way into 3 and 4, the best battle on the racetrack going on with the 18 to the 59. That's Holland out of Winsboro, Texas, and the Jefferson, Texas, and the number 18 as they meet the midpoint of the flag stand. 18 is Stephen Hogan, former hot stock ace and standout and champion at the Vivian, Louisiana Oval at Arklatex. In 3 and 4, 59 going to throw it across his node. You can call it a slider, maybe quite not. Just drove right on through in 3 and 4 and took the spot from him. Sit down and please take a seat, will you, Stephen Hogan? As 59 continues to serve in papers, but here comes the 14 next, says, I'll see both of you in court. Josh Landers going to throw his hat into the ring now, wants to become a player, and a part of the fun taking place back here for the 5th spot. So a good, hotly contested battle going on for 4th, 5th, and 6th right now as they hustle off of turn number 2 and head down the back boulevard this time by. It's all Rowdy Day all the time, out front minding his own business. The Greenville, Texas racer. Again, just won the USRA Nationals at the Lucas Oil Speedway a couple of weeks ago. Dominant, to say the least, with 14 wins in 2022. And he is rocking and rolling down the back straightaway with just 2 more trips around the High Bank quarter mile oval here tonight as Kevin Fry shows him 2 more laps to go, this time down the front boulevard. So Rowdy Day 4th to the race lead. It only took him 1.5 laps to get there. Riding in 2nd, Travis Webb outside pole sitter sits 2nd as the battle shaping up for 3rd as they roll down the back straightaway. Hogan with a run trying to grab 3rd here on the final lap as they'll come off of 4 to the white. Josh Landers tucked along in tow here off the exit of corner number 4. Corey Whitworth gets a shot in the shorts at the flag stand. He may not like it too much. Landers going to cross right in front of the nose of the 18 and underneath the 12X of Whitworth. He'll take 2 for the price of 1. He'll get the Walmart special, but Whitworth going to pay him back. Nope. That was as close as it gets. Not sure you could have slid the Holy Spirit between their door panels that time. As Josh Landers going to pick their pockets, and he'll go from 5th to 3rd in the waning stages of this one. I know it's going to get a little chilly tonight as the weather has been changing here lately. It's beautiful right now, feeling pretty good, but once it gets a little cooler, y'all be sure to go check out the merch stand, the merchandise stand to the left of the concession stand. They got youth and adult tees still available, and they got the all-new Rocket Raceway Park hoodies, and they have the Rocket Raceway Park t-shirts, as well as some leftover Brian Mize tees. So be sure to head down to the Rocket Raceway Park merchandise stand at the left of the concession stand underneath the grandstands. On the pole of Costin & Son Ready Mix Heat Race number 2 for the USRA Limited Modified, you'll find out of Ardmore, Oklahoma. Piloting car number 23 is Case Penrod. Josh Cornoyer and number 41, he's out of Wichita Falls, Texas, and number 41 car. Billy Brierton, this year's track champion, and we don't like the start, so they're going to halt the progress here. And that ain't going to work. We'll have to re-rack them and restack them. Billy Brierton, your 2022 Rocket Raceway Park USRA Limited Modified Track Champion out of Greenville, Texas, in car number 43B. Outside is going to be the Kaufman Texan of the Clark Racing 25C of Cody Smith. Inside of row number 3 in car number 45 out of bottom, it's going to be Tyson Henson. Justin Mitchell, he pilots car number 81J. He's out of Kemp, Texas. Dylan Kraft in C7. Jason Games out of Dallas, Texas in the 22XX. Kevin Fry waves the green high over the Rocket Raceway Park here in Petty, Texas sky as we roll off into turn number 1. The first of 8 circuits going to be hotly contested here. Is Colonel, I hope I'm pronouncing his name right, Cournoyer. I hope so. Lord, I apologize if I'm not. I hope his family don't jump on me. If you're nice about it, please correct me. Like, send me an audio deal. I mean, it shouldn't be that difficult, right? I'm from Louisiana. We got some wild names down there. Nonetheless, we'll move on to how you doing, keeping it moving. 6 wins on the year, though, for the Wichita Falls, Texas racer who leads this one, the number 41 car, Josh Cournoyer, as he is rocking and rolling his way down the back boulevard with the race lead. About a 2.5 car lengths right now as here comes Billy Brierton, your 2022 Rocket Raceway Park track champion in the 43B car. He has got her working right around the hub of the racetrack. He'll set his sights on the rear deck lid of the number 25C Clark Racing IRT Racing chassis, who has got himself ahead of steam trying to pull back to the number 41 of Cournoyer for the race lead. Here comes the Kaufman Texan Cody Smith, finished second up in the B-Mod Nationals at Humboldt Speedway in Humboldt, Kansas. And for what it's worth, the World of Outlaws late models were at Humboldt last night, and Chase Younghands getting himself a hometown victory. So some hometown cooking last night. But here comes the Kaufman Texan into turn number 3, putting the heat on the number 41 of Cournoyer, the Wichita Falls racer, off of 4. A little bit of just a slight bobble there for the driver to the Honeycutt Sand and Gravel, number 25 of Cody Smith. Cody Smith working the wheel, and he's working it well down the back straightaway. As Cournoyer trying to hold him off for 2 more trips around. Oh, and he will not have to worry about it just yet. The yellow flag will come out for the first time in heat race number 2 in the Costin & Son Ready Mix USRA Limited Modifieds. If anybody is watching tonight live on RaceOnTexas.com Speed Pass via the live pay-per-view, can't guarantee I get to them, but it always feels cool to sit at the crib and then the announcer gives you a little shout out. Your kids think you're something, you know what I mean? They're like, hey, Daddy, you just said your name, you know what I mean? So if you want one of those, we'll be happy to get you one thrown out here live on Race On Texas. However, we do appreciate all the great diehard fans who are here sitting in the stands tonight and braving the elements, as it is a windy, Petty, Texas night here. And boy, it feels good to be back at the racetrack on a microphone. It's been a little while. It's been since July when I called Justin Whitehead's Factory 50 or the Mike Parker Memorial at one of my original home racetrack, Arklatex Speedway. So if anyone's happened to listen, or if some of you folks in the stands aren't familiar with myself, I am Zach Clark. I am proudly represent Race On Texas, but Boot Hill Speedway and Arklatex Speedway were my home racetracks. I called the action at just about every weekend for 14 years and traveled all around the Arkansas, Louisiana, Texas area. Did some announcing for Todd Staley, the United States Modified Touring Series, for several years, and traveled quite a bit around the Mid-South as well, and always have been grateful and very blessed the opportunities when given the opportunity to do so. And I certainly still love this stuff, and I appreciate Kevin Sestair for the opportunity this weekend. So we got some good old down-home cooking factory stock racing action going at it for $5,000 tonight. We got 6 of them already locked in. Well, we got to get through this Costin & Son Ready Mix USRA Limited Modified action first, as that's the business we're going to take care of here, as they will run another full complete show. As again, Shannon Hartline, the Mudbone sponsor, number 49 car, scored his 2nd win of the season last night. We're going to find out if he can duplicate that effort and go back-to-back here this evening. But he is going to have a long road to hoe, because he will come from dead last. Well, just about dead last in heat number 4. But the good news is I believe we are utilizing the USRA passing point system, so it doesn't necessarily hurt you to start 7th out of 8 cars in the 4th heat race on the night. Of course, finishing points are at a premium, especially earlier in the program when passing could be also a premium, as unfortunately the 61 car will get his hot rod assisted off the speedway here. That 61 or 81? You know what? I have never claimed to have the best eyesight. I'm going to go ahead and take a stab. That was the Kemp, Texas racer Justin Mitchell, who is going off on the tow chain. Thank you, 2 Chains. All right, folks. We'll set aside the silly stuff here and get back to business, as the driver with 21 feature main starts this season with 6 victories to his credit, Josh Kornoyer out of Wichita Falls, Texas, wins at Lawton Speedway this season in the USRA Limited Modified ranks. Will sing this field of hungry hounds back to the green flag, and he'll take them back full throat down the front boulevard into turn number 1. You're going to want to keep your eyes on the pair of IRP race cars. Here comes Billy Brierton. The 2022 track champion says, hold the phone, baby. Down the back straightaway here, they're going to go maybe 3 different lanes wide. Can't do it. Or maybe thought better of it goes Cody Smith. But Brierton found a little bit of stick, and boy, he found some dig on the middle line of the racetrack. And here he comes, sending it full throat down into 1 and 2. They are 3 different lanes wide. Smith's going to put his nose in the mix now. And he will drive it deep off into the inside of the 41, maybe showing him a little bit of slight respect, not full respect, but nonetheless, he says, how you doing? I'm keeping it moving. Sit down, please take a seat for me. And he'll do just that, whether he wanted to obey or not. But Smith going to sing it up top on the outside of the exit of corner number 2 and try to find some of that dig and momentum into turn number 3. He will. Look at Cody Smith. He'll drive it deep into 3 and 4, and the checkers come out. It won't be enough. He comes home the bridesmaid about a half a car length, but Billy Brierton threw him over his shoulder. And you know what I mean when I said threw who over his shoulder, you know, as that was an impressive effort. How about that one, Rocket Raceway Park race fans, for the driver of the Ingalls Racing Performance number 43, your winner of Costin & Son Ready Mix Limited Modified Heat Race number 2, your 2022 Rocket Raceway Park track champion of the number 43. How about a hand for Billy Brierton, your winner of Heat number 2. Took 2 of them straight to the woodshed, sat down 2, and took them a seat, and he'll take the victory. An outstanding effort there from 4th to 2nd for the Kaufman, Texas racer in the Clark Racing number 25C of Cody Smith. And after leading 6 laps, couldn't lead the final 2 that mattered the most out of Wichita Falls, Josh Kornoyer in the number 41. Heat race number 3, the Costin & Son Ready Mix Limited Modifieds, ready to lay it on the line once more. He's an 8-time Texarkana 67 Speedway Limited Modified track champion over the years in the Texarkana Mercy Center Family Medical Associates Pate Automotive. Presto Magic Clean RPM Performance Powered number 35 IRP race car chassis. It's Rapid Roy, Aaron Roy out of Red Lick, Texas. Outside of Aaron Roy, it's going to be Jeremy Cox. He's out of Sherman in the Double Deuce. Hunter Welch had a top 5 run here last night. He's out of Olustee, Oklahoma in the 325. Cole Dennis, he's in the 15W car. And that brand new, oh, look out, that's not going to be good. And it could have been worse, but it still was not good. I am not quite sure how last night's top 5 or 5th place finisher in our main event last night for the Costin & Son Ready Mix USRA Limiteds, the 325, the Oklahoma racer Hunter Welch, got turned into oncoming traffic, but a few of them had absolutely nowhere to go, and that a young man who started racing, moved here from Kentucky 3 years ago, and came on like a big dog in the front-wheel drive 4-cylinder class of El Dorado, Arkansas's Michael King Jr., now 20 years of age. But moved here from Kentucky, as I noted, and won 8 15 times in his rookie campaign. And folks, I know talent when I see talent, and it wasn't short long after that. He moved up to a limited modified where he was able to capture the Super V Speedway Limited Modified Track Championship the season before last. He's driving that PPG Paints IRP Racing chassis. Get rid of it, number 14, Shock King Shocks, number 14 Junior. That's Michael King Jr. out of El Dorado, Arkansas. He starts 6th on the grid. So Roy, Cox on the front row. Welch and Dennis, not sure if Welch will be able to continue. Looks like I'll have to go to the tail as one of the cars stopped when the caution flag came out. But Cole Dennis last night, he turned some heads as well. Driving from Altus, Oklahoma, driving one of Kel Westover's Western Flyer race cars. As Westover also racing in Vado Speedway Park in New Mexico this weekend. They had that Wichita Tank Racing Dark Horse Shocks number 15 W car skint back last night. And Justin Vaughn here as well, the 2JT car out of Dallas, Texas. He's also no stranger to victory lane. And then you'll find Jason Langford of the 84 XX. He's out of Palestine, Texas. And you'll find Shane Hartline as well in the 50, rounding out the field, the 8-car field of starters out of Ivanhoe, Texas in the number 50. So it's all Aaron Roy all the time out front, trying to mind his own business in this one, and he's doing just that so far early. As the double deuce car, Jeremy Cox riding in the bridesmaids. The battle for third is about to heat up and be a good one. Here comes the pair of Okies. Neither one from Muskogee, but the number 15W and that Western Flyer of Cole Dennis, looking like shades of Kel Westover tonight, rolls down to the inside. And Justin Vaughn right there in the mix as well. Sorry, Jason Langford of that 84 XX car. As they roll into turns 3 and off of turn number 4 this time by. It continues to be Aaron Roy. A tough break for Michael King Jr. As it's more hardships for the El Dorado, Arkansas young man. As it continues to be with 2 laps to go this time by, down the front straightaway, full song into turn number 1. That thing is on auto-tune tonight as he continues to carry a high tune into turn number 1. The 35 of Aaron Roy. He's got his father's RPM power plant singing a song underneath the hood. And he'll continue to bark like a big dog that he is in the turn number 3. And he'll come into the white flag this time, screeching around the quarter-mile high banks of the Rocket Raceway Park. Good run here for Cox, running in the 2nd spot over Cole Dennis. And Jason Langford has worked his IRP race car number 84 XX car up inside of the top 4 finish here. And Welsh, last night's 5th place finisher, has settled just inside of the top 5 as the checkered flag awaits, and it will wave in front of the face of the number 35 of Aaron Roy. So that's a wrap, ladies and gentlemen, for heat race number 3 for the Cosman Sun Radio Mix USRA Limited Modifieds, taking the victory in the RPM-powered IRP Racing Chassis Texarkana Emergency Center. Family Medical Associates, number 35 out of Red Lick, Texas. That's the poke in a plum town of Red Lick, Texas. You poke your head out the window rolling through Red Lick, and then you look over and you plumb through it. That's Aaron Roy in car number 35. 2nd of the double deuce of Jeremy Cox. 3rd of the Western Flyer Racing Chassis number 15W, who rides out of Altus, Oklahoma. Cole Dennis was 3rd. 4th, 84 XX in the IRP Racing Chassis of Jason Langford. 4th and final, Cosman & Son Radio Mix USRA Limited Modified Heat Race on the racetrack, ready to go green the next time by. And you'll find on the pole from Gilmer, Texas, in the 44S of Jonathan Sullivan. Outside in car number 11 out of Kaufman, Texas, Eric Luttrell. I think back to about 8 years ago when I saw Eric Luttrell get gotten by the back straightaway concrete wall at the Lone Star Speedway in Kilgore, and that's something I will never forget. Unfortunate, that's the memory that sticks with me. But Eric Luttrell and Kaufman outside front row. Stephen Ashcraft, he's at a 40 in car number 56. Austin Dodson, he pilots car number 72X out of Anna, Texas. Jonathan I Have Powers in car number 29. Jay's out of Iowa Park. Rodney White, 36 wins, and that's not going to work. So we'll try it once again. Jonathan Powers inside of the row number 3 in the 29J out of Iowa Park, Texas. Outside, starting 6th from Ector, Texas, the inaugural $11,000 winner of the Hoosier Tires Southwest Southern Sport Mod Nationals at the Heart of Texas Speedway back in 2018. That big event that Jason Ingalls and Chase Allen put on. And Rodney White upset the field that night in his TRC chassis that he and Lonnie Richardson built. And he has got 36 wins on the season. Shannon Hartline, last night's winner out of Ivanhoe. The Mud Bulls, number 49, Jeremy Henry out of Sherman in 51. Lights are out. We're underway under the gun as they hustle off into turn number 1. Wide for second at the midpoint, and they continue to do it into turn number 3. Still 3 wide. One had to think better of it, and he got a little sidestep and a little cattywampus. That was the 72 machine of Austin Dodson. He said, yeah, I'll go ahead. Not looking to wad up a race car here. Nonetheless, they roll down the back straightaway. The 2 in front of him would do, and leave him back to sort it out all by his lonesome in 4th. So Dodson phased the 4th here. As a pair of hungry hounds, the 56 of Ashcraft trying to bark like a big dog up to the back of the number 11. Your outside front row starter of Eric Luttrell. The Kaufman Texan with the race lead. The best battle back here for the 5th spot. They go at it neck and neck at the midpoint of the back straightaway. Last night's winner of the 49 licking his chops, trying to pick his way to the front, but he's got a long way to go yet as we have 3 laps scored in this 8-lap affair as they rock and roll down the front boulevard into turn number 1. They, meaning the drivers 5th through the tail, your race leader exiting corner number 4 this time to receive 4 more trips around the speedway. And the 84 of Rodney White got a little sidestep there. Almost caught the infield tractor. Infield tractor. Shout out to my boy Billy Mazzell III. Old BN3 there, the driver of the Timeout Gentlemen's Club, M50 heavy haul car. He's officially branded the infield tractor tire to his credits, and I tip my cap to him. So 2 laps to go, shown from veteran flagman Kevin Fry up in the Rocket Raceway Park flag stand tonight, the driver of the 4th and final Costin and Son Ready Mix Limited Modified Heat, and your longtime race leader since the drop of the initial green flag has sang a perfect song, and he'll come off forward of the white flag this time. It's all Eric Luttrell all the time. Off of turn number 4 to a face full of checkered flag. That'll be all she wrote. Eric Luttrell will dominate heat race number 4 and send the limited modifieds pit side. Good run there to second, third starting 40 Texas race under the number 56 of Stephen Ashcraft. Third will go to car number 84. Yeah, just plain 84. He's not double D. That is Rodney White of Ector, Texas, and the Smiley's Racing Products number 84. Austin Dodson will come home 4th with Shannon Hartline working the wheel from the tail up the 5th in the 49. So 8th to 5th, he did pick up a few spots and got what he could. So here we go for your first qualifier or B main event for the USRA Byline Surveying Factory Stocks here after 2 rounds of passing point heats last night. On the pole, the driver of Wills Point, Texas, you'll find the 46-year-old veteran racer who is no stranger to victory lane. In the Bullet Racing Engine Power 2.5 chassis, Anderson Roofing, Buckmeyer Motorsports, Dark Horse Racing Shocks, Dirt Defender Extreme Racing Graphics by J-Rod. Honeycutt Sand and Gravel, Able Truck and Trailer Sales number 17. It's TDJ Tommy Davis Jr. Outside of him, you'll find the driver in the 1T goes by the moniker of the Joker. Jason Tyner out of Winona, Texas, has wins at Lone Star, Rose Bowl, and Boot Hill Speedway over the last several years. Inside of row number 2, in car number 24, it's going to be Jesse Freeland. He's in the Tire City Engine Dock Machine Shop, Powderly Coating, Outlaw Chassis, CentralCedar.com, number 24. He's in an Outlaw chassis tonight. And outside of him and the Triple X Rocket, from Shreveport, Louisiana, driver of the WCH powered Outlaw Racing Chassis, W&W Timber, Mobac Suspension and Consulting, JRP Racing Products, Steamville Starter Electric, JJ Motorsports, Hitman Designs, Total Custom Carbs and Dyno Pro and Transmission, 2B Construction, Dirt Defender, All Pro Clutch and Driveline Bulletproof Tees, Triple X, it's Trouble Sean Graham. He gets contact, major contact there in turn number 2. And they're going to go 3 wide. One of them going to try to pick their pocket as they go 3 wide once more into turn number 3. First lap, it's a doozy. Off of turn number 4. Drag racing off the 4 of the line. Graham will prevail over that 3 wide battle for the time being as they hustle back down the main street into 1. It's going to be Tyner grabbing his second spot down the back straightaway. The top 4 cars transfer to tonight's dance. The top 4 will dance tonight for 35 laps, paying $5,000 to the feature race winner. And this driver could very well win the B and win the A. Speaking of TDJ, Tommy Davis Jr. We've seen him do it. And we've seen him do it time and time again. You never want to stack any kind of cards against this man, as he'll deal them right back at you. He'll deal you an ace of spades as they hustle off into 1. Here comes the Joker, though. He's a bad mamma jamma and a Joker indeed. The number 1 of Jason Tyner has got the number 1 car rocking and rolling around the hub of the Rocket Raceway Park at this juncture. We're going to be going 12 laps in distance in your first Byline Surveying USRA Factory Stock B main event. As your top 3 comfortably in hand right now, as the 51 working the back straightaway, that's going to be the 51 of Ruben Broussard. Broussard with 11 wins on the season, coming all at Kennedale Speedway Park, Boyd, and Super Bowl. He's in an Outlaw chassis with the number 51 car. So Broussard in the 4th and final transfer spot right now. The rest of them going to have to get up on the wheel and get to coming, because the 24 of Freeland's got his hands full with the 05 Outlaw Racing chassis of Brian McHenry. McHenry out of Quinlan, Texas, in the Outlaw Race Car Tasmanian Lawn Care. GetAPolicy.com, Parts Recycling, Sunoco Racefields, and Finish Line Graphics 05. He's about the only car that's tested the outside waters of the racetrack. That's the best battle right now. He'll squeeze to the outside. He'll squeeze to the outside. Unfortunately, it's 1 spot out of the show right now. He's going to have to really get on that horse and get to spanking it off of turn 4. And he's got company out of the inside to make contact. That's the number 28 machine. Or no, 25S. How about it? I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that's Colby Mewborn, who started dead last in this race. He is going to have to get a caution if he wants to get inside of the top 4 here. Sean Graham trying to reel in the top 2 as they do a hell of a battle for the race lead. But right now, Colby Mewborn from worst to 5th. Not a bad effort. So Colby Mewborn, the hired gun of Justin Sales, number 25 car this weekend. Was not. Oh, and that made major contact, Brian McHenry. And around goes Colby Mewborn. And wow, that was an amazing job by the 25 of Doyle to evade contact there. Any more additional contact from the significant contact that was already made. To play into his favor, as just as I mentioned, he would need one because he was riding in 5th. Well, he got the old right there Fred down there, turns 1 and 2 by the 05 Brian McHenry. Brian McHenry gave him the business down there as Mewborn not in the field last night, trying to come from worst inside of a transfer spot. You got to make the top 4 to go to tonight's main event dance. Again, it'll be $5,000 to the winner of the Byline Surveying USRA Factory Stock Feature event. And we'll be going 35 laps in distance. Before we go back to the green flag here, got a few people I want to shout out. And first and foremost, the very first one on my list here, I want to give a shout out to my good friend Homer Hancock. I was just talking about you last night, Homer, and whether those are good or, unfortunate things, man, I just want to know that, want you to know I love you, brother. And I know you've been going through a tough time, man. Don't need to expel on any particulars there, man. I just know it's been a tough last few weeks, man, and I love you and been praying for you, and I mean that. And Ashley and I have certainly been thinking a lot of you and your baby girl there and your whole family. So I hope all is well, my friend, and we'll see you soon. Glad you're watching tonight on Race on Texas. Maybe it gives you a little bit of a reprieve from everything that's been going on. Green flag is back out. We're back underway. It's going to be all Tommy Davis Jr. all the time. It's now Colby Mewborn who got the absolute business given to him down there in 1 and 2. His showing from worst up to 5th will be all for naught. And he'll be all she wrote and go into the pit area, throwing his left hand out the window, saying hello, goodbye, and down into 1. It's going to be all Tommy Davis Jr. as how about Sean Graham picking the pocket here of the 1. Oh, boy, Sean looked like something going on with that left rear. Something going on with that rear end. I don't know. Thing looks awfully stiff, or could just be how I'm looking at it from over here. Like I said earlier, I have the best eyesight. I guarantee it. He just might be hooked up. Look like he's on a 3-link down here. Final time down the back straightaway on the white flag lap. It's going to be all Tommy Davis Jr. all the time. He'll go to the main event tonight, and he'll go dancing. Checkered flag awaits as Sean Graham snacks second away by the 1T of the Joker, Jason Tyner. And they'll all go to the main event, including the number 51 of Ruben Broussard. So the 4 cars going to the main event tonight will be the 51 of Ruben Broussard, third at a Winona, Texas, the 1T of the Joker, Jason Tyner. And out of Shreveport, Louisiana, the driver of the WCH-powered XXX Rocket Hitman Designs entry of trouble, Sean Graham. And the number 17 machine, again, the driver of the Honeycutt Sand and Gravel. 2.5 chassis, Bullet Performance Racing Engines, Anderson Roofing, Buckmeyer Motorsports, Dark Horse Racing Shocks, Dirt Defender, Extreme Graphics, Able Truck and Trailer Sales, number 17 for TDJ. Tommy Davis Jr., the 46-year-old veteran out of Wheels Point, Texas. Byline Surveying USRA Factory Stock Heat or B feature number 2, top 4, same deal, 12 laps and distance. Top 4 go directly to the main event. On the pole in the Kaiser Tire Center, Warren Directional Drilling, Chris Sims Concrete, Outlaw Chassis number 21 out of Winsboro, Texas, doing double duty tonight. Number 21 cars, Brian Holland, the former sprint car driver. Outside of the 234 out of Forney, Texas, you'll find Joe Findling. He won a main event down at the RPM Speedway season before last. He's a pretty good shoe, and he's a quick one indeed. Inside of row number 2, you can't stop the chop. Former Lone Star Speedway Factory Stock Track Champion of the current 2022 Big O Speedway USRA Factory Stock Track Champion, and sits second currently in the USRA National Point Standings. It's Pork Chop Kenneth Chamberlain out of Jacksonville, Texas, in the Soapy King Car Wash Panel Truss, number 70. Outside, it'll be the car to the Smiley's Racing Products Uptown Auto Sales, number 69X, so Jeremy Fodge. Inside of row number 3, you'll find in the Whitey Race Fabrication, Jeremy Hensley, Holiday Auto Group. Rustic Ridge Construction, number 23 out of Ector, Texas. It's Justin White in 23. And the 169X, the hired gun this weekend out of Hooks, Texas. It's Smooth Austin Waters in 169X. Had himself a hot rod last night and was in the best heat race of the night. And tried to pick a few off there late. Just kind of fell the third there late. But he had an outstanding race and led the majority of that 5th and final heat race in round number 2 last night. 4th row to the inside, piloting car number 73 from Paris, Texas. You'll find the 73 of Brent Ford. Outsides, car number 7 in, and Akia Norris out of Commerce, Texas. I went to a church camp at Commerce, Texas, at Texas A&M Commerce. That was a pretty cool trip back when I was like 13, for what it's worth. No one cares. Inside of the 5th row, starting 9th out of Paris, Texas, the 57 is going to be Joey Freeland, his first ever SmackDown start, and his 4th or 5th time ever behind the wheel of a race car. His brother Jesse James Freeland has always had his hands as crew chief, but Joey wanted to try his hands on a steering wheel, so we'll see what he's got. Number 57 starting 9th. Outsides out of Bottom, Texas, the driver of the 37X of James Brown. Is that the same James Brown that announces at Bells at Grayson County? Old James Brown? If it is, let me know. Inside of the 6 row, starting 11th out of Trenton, Texas, the 1P is Martin Poole and Scotty Gibson. He pilots car number 7G out of Louisville, Texas. Final row starters to the inside, starting 13th on the grid. Forney, Texas racer in the 26G is Bobby Glover, and starting 14th out of 14 out of Paris in the 40, it's Bruce Edwards. So 14 starters going 12 laps in distance. The top 4 will go to the main event, and we don't like to start. Kevin Fry did not throw the green. We'll halt them and stop them and let them go back loose once more. Oh my gosh, this guy back here in the middle. It got a little sketchy there. All right, folks, it's up to Brian Holland to put his foot through the firewall, and he is the one to get the party started. Oh, boy, this might not get good. Oh, it's going to get good. Might not have been good for Fodge as he washed way up the racetrack. He had a slick spot down there in them slick tires. Boy, if he'd have just had some AR500s on there, it wouldn't have done that, right? Just kidding. Into one. 69X cars, sinking like a boat anchor back here, folks. Tough break for him because he has had a good starting spot right inside of the top 4 where he wanted to be, and he got hung out on the outside, and that car just won't turn. That thing will not turn, folks. And he is having all sorts of problems in the 69X car. So as we look at quite a few wild battles going on through the racetrack right now, kind of all tippy-toeing around the bottom at this juncture. I talked to Kevin Sostero just before the race in action started. He said, man, I'm like, you got to understand, if you're not here in Petty, you can probably see it on Race on Texas, the flags at the top of the grandstands on the back straightaway are absolutely just flapping in the wind. I mean, the wind has been blowing here non-stop at a relentless rate all day long today, and that's a head scratcher and a pain in the ass to any track prep guru. And I do call Kevin a guru because last night's racetrack and the service was phenomenal. But man, it was not this windy yesterday. It was windy, but not this windy, and especially all day long. And I was just interested to see what these cars dealt, how this is going to work. And he told me that he was a little bit worried that he put a little bit too much water on the bottom down there, and he was just a little worried it may be bottom dominant. But man, last night's racetrack was phenomenal. I guarantee you, excuse my language, it's too, promise you I won't drop the F-bomb in here. I guarantee you folks that it's not for a lack of effort, man. He worked this racetrack as soon as the races were over last night, all the way up until I left at about 12:15 last night, and he was working it all day today. It's no exact perfect science to track prep, especially with all the different factors and variables, but I'm sure most of you do understand. But I promise you that if it comes down to it and people want to talk about slick tires again, it ain't got nothing to do with slick tires, because the racing last night was outstanding from start to finish in every single heat race. For what it's worth, I don't offer my opinion on this kind of stuff too much, and I'm not really now, but I don't care what they race, honestly. It's got 4 tires and a steering wheel. I don't care what kind of tires they're on. They can go on radials or... I think it'd be pretty cool to have a race just on rims. What do you think that'd be like? Eh? Get a quick shout out to the Cummings family and all the folks that are cheering and watching over in Sibley or Minden, Louisiana. We're to say in Webster Parish tonight. Rooting on Kyle Cummings, last weekend second place finisher in the Cajun Classic and former $10,000 King of the Hill winner and former $5,000 Mike Parker Memorial winner. Kyle Cummings a shoe indeed, and he'll be a major factor tonight. He'll be starting third in tonight's dash to find out where he will start in the main event. But a shout out to the entire Cummings gang and the fan club over there watching at Webster Parish, Louisiana. As it continues to be all Brian Holland all the time right now, as Pork Chop Kenneth Chamberlain trying to put some seasoning up there on the race lead. As right now he's got to run into the back bumper of him by the 234 of Finley. Finley can't find the run, and he'll get some company by the number 23 of Justin White. White right now has the fourth and final transfer spot in hand, but not comfortably though, as the number 1 machine hustling around the hub of the racetrack right there, trying to throw him into the hip pocket, and he's going to keep him honest all the way down to the final whistle on this one. So Martin Poole in the 1P machine. Martin Poole right now, 2/10 quicker that last time by. A 17.397 to a 17.544 for White. So Martin just trying to find a lane and trying to find any kind of stick and dig he can find to get around to the inside. But White right now just stuck like Chuck right around the bottom of the racetrack and not allowing any kind of run by Poole. As that time by, Justin White turned his quickest lap of the race, a 17.293. So he turns up the wick when under pressure. But Findling right now to the inside of Pork Chop Kenneth Chamberlain for second with the white flag waving this time by down the boulevard into turn number 1. As it's all Brian Holland all the time. Talking to Brian last night in the pits prior to the race's beginning. He used to race sprint cars, and he owns 2 businesses nowadays. He said, man, it's just a lot easier to throw this factory stock on the trailer and pick any racetrack I want to go to pretty much anywhere in the Mid-South. And he can go out here and have some fun. And he had some fun in this one, folks, indeed, as he takes the victory in commanding fashion in that number 21 car. So your top 4 competitors going to the main event tonight. The driver of the Jeremy Hansley Holiday Auto Group, Whitey Race Fabrication, Rustic Ridge Construction, number 23 out of Ector, Texas, of Justin White. The 234 of Joe Findling will finish third. You can't stop the chop, baby. Coming home in second, former Lone Star track champ and the 2022 Big O Speedway Factory Stock Track Champion, Pork Chop Kenneth Chamberlain, the Soapy King Panel Trust, number 70 Laser Racing Chassis. He's out of Jacksonville, Texas, and the driver taking the victory out of Winsboro, Texas, driving the Outlaw Chassis. Chris Sims Concrete, Warren Directional Drilling, Hauser Tire Center, number 21. Brian Holland, your winner of Heat B feature number 2. B feature number 3 you'll find on the pole. 36 times a winner in the 2022 campaign, the 38-year-old racer out of Ector, Texas. All those 36 wins coming between IMCA Sport Mods, USRA Sport Mods, Hobby Stocks, and Factory Stocks at Grayson County, Southern Oklahoma Speedway, and right here at the Rocket Raceway Park. The driver of the Whitey Racing Engines, TRC Racing Chassis, Data Point Surveying and Mapping, Jeremy Hansley Holiday Auto Group, Texoma Dent Specialist, Duncan Truck Sales, the Picture Girls, Texoma Linen, Ladies Bar and Girls, Smiley's Racing Products, number 38 Double D. It's Rodney White, and they don't like to start. Outside of the front row, the hired gun of that Royalty Racing Chassis, number 32 Triple X this weekend from Bottom, Texas. It's Mitchell Clement. Inside of row number 2. In the Folsom Insurance, Old Timer Transport, Canton Guns and Ammo, number 3M In-Law Chassis. It's Tristan McCullough out of Crandall, Texas, the 21-year-old feature race winner right here at the Rocket Raceway Park here in 2022. Outside of the 22C out of Salina, Texas. Is it Salina or Salina or anyway? Salina, Texas. That's where the Salina truck stop is. 22C is Richard George Jr. And inside of 3 out of Iowa Park, Texas, John Nemitz in car number 30. 7X machine piloted by Dalen Briscoe. He rides out of Paris, Texas, starting 6th on the grid of the number 7X car. 13 years old, age ain't nothing but a number, baby. And the Pate Automotive RPM powered number 35, it's Racing Roy. Outside of Racing Roy in the number 77S, it's Robert Stevenson. Starting 9th on the grid inside of row number 5, the 49B out of Sherman, Texas, it's Bobby Price. Aaron Booth in car number 24B out of Cooper, Texas. James Gibson out of Louisville is in number 42. Chris Robinson, Richard Sawyer, and Bobby Spencer, your final car starting in this 12-lap affair in your third and final B feature for the Byline Surveying USRA Factory Stocks. We got one of them coming around and one collected, and the caution flag may come out, and it looks like it will, and it does. A great battle taking place here for the race lead off the exit of corner number 2, headed down the back straightaway. Mitchell Clement trying to dispose of the 38 Double D of Rodney White, as it seems to be the quickest line around the racetrack, right around the hub of the speedway right now, as White sliding backwards. Here comes the 21-year-old Tristan McCullough in the number 3M, right now 3 cars underneath the blanket, as White trying to get some stick and dig down to the inside, and what a move that was. He knew that he was a victim of maybe fading back a little bit further. Look out, lap traffic, that was about costly, as the Ford car down to the infield just about cost your race leader and a few other, as I think that's Bobby Spencer. It is indeed Bobby Spencer, and it will stick a fork in him. He'll be DONE on the racing night, as Rodney White all over the rear trunk lid of the number 32 Triple X is the hired gun this weekend of Mitchell Clement. Clement has his hands full with White, 36 times the winner this season. As they head down the back straightaway, lap traffic will soon become a factor in a reality, but it may not be too much of a problem, as they're right around the hub. Lap traffic up top, and they'll get by unscathed. Oh boy, this one won't though. Boy, he about had eyes in the back of his head, thank you Lord, as that was about ugly, and it's going to cost McCullough a little bit of time. Look out, Tristan McCullough. McCullough now skates by down the back straightaway on the outside. Lap traffic is getting a little gnarly and a little sketchy out here in this one, as we got one of them on the runoff of the top shelf at 3 and 4, and he will swerve onto the racetrack this time after traffic gets by oncoming. As this one having much more issues with lap cars scattered and smothered all through the field, but seems to be not too much of a problem for much of these transfer cars inside of the top 4 right now, as it continues to be John Nemitz at car number 30, your 4th and final transferee right now. He's about a whole straightaway behind the number 3M of Tristan McCullough, that in-law race car chassis number 3M, as he rolls underneath the flag stand this time, but the battle's still a good one for the race lead. Rodney White pressuring, giving everything the 32 Triple X wants. Again, I understand the racing is kind of tippy-toeing around the bottom right now, and there's been a tough day of track prep here, and it's just a little slick on the bottom, but we'll see how it happens, or how it transpires throughout the rest of the night, as Kevin knows what he's doing around this joint. 2 laps to go. Clement driving a flawless race at this juncture, has held off everything thrown at him by the 38 Double D of Rodney White. They'll row through 3 and 4 this time to the white flag. Clement has one more lap car up in front of his nose with the 77 of Chris Robinson. Robinson will play respect here and allow him the lane, as well as the 38 Double D of Rodney White. And they'll come off of 4 this time to the final face of checkered flag. 32 Triple X will receive it of Mitchell Clement, your winner in 32 Triple X. Unofficially, your top 4, or your 4 transfer cars in the number 30. It'll be John Nemitz and the number 30. Finishing in the 3rd spot, going to the main event tonight, it'll be the 21-year-old racer and the in-law chassis number 3M of Tristan McCullough, and the Folsom Insurance Old Timer Transport Canton Guns and Ammo number 3M. And coming home in 2nd, the driver of the Data Point Surveying and Mapping, Smiley's Racing Products, Jeremy Hansley, Holiday Auto Group, Texoma Dent Specialist, Duncan Truck Sales, the Picture Girls, Texoma Linen, Ladies Bar and Grill, and Smiley's Racing Products, number 38 Double D of Rodney White out of Ector, Texas. And taking the victory in the number 32 Triple X Royalty Racing Chassis tonight, your 3rd and final B feature winner for the Byline Surveying USRA Factory Stocks goes to the 32 Triple X of Mitchell Clement. Buckmeyer Motorsports Ecomod Heat Race number 1 with 23 entries in the pit area tonight. The first of 3 heats to come at you full throat as they go down the boulevard into one for the first time of this 8-lap affair. It's going to be Cody Miller and the 25M machine out of Greenville, Texas. Austin Fincher out of Cary, Oklahoma. He pilots car number 10, settles back, with the race lead. Reggie Dotson out of Princeton's in the 23W. Scott Hill from Cooper, Texas in the 10H. Jordan Ramsey out of Crandall in 12. 77R, Chad Ross has already came from 6th up to 3rd on the first two laps of this 8-lap affair. Jacob Watts in the 88 J3 out of Sulphur Bluff, Texas, and Trevor Rainey out of Sherman in car number 94. So Buckmeyer Motorsports Ecomod Heat Race number 1 winner goes to the driver of the number 10 of Austin Fincher. Came from the outside pole quickly, took no prisoners, jumps to the race win. Chad Ross comes from 6th to 3rd in the 77R car. Has quite a few wins here at the Rocket Raceway Park this season. The 23W of Reggie Dotson. Trevor Rainey finishes in the top 5 in 5th. Buckmeyer Motorsports Ecomod Heat Race number 2. Again, 23 entries in the pit area tonight. We'll find 8 more here in heat number 2. And on the pole out of Nevada, Texas, it'll be Archie Witt in the number 15. Cody Miller, 2nd place finisher last night, led 17 laps before Sean Williams got by him late with just a few laps to go. Cody Miller to the 183 out of Tom Bean, Texas. Ashton Bakhta in car number 43 out of Irvin, Texas, starts 3rd. Outside the 15K is Keith Clark out of Whitesboro, Texas. Inside of row number 3 from Springtown in the number 373 is Chase Martin. Marguire Poole out of Trenton in car number 6P. Starting inside of row number 4 in the 7th spot in 4X is James Haggard out of Crandall. And Drew Paddock, 4 times a winner this season at the Rocket Raceway Park. He'll be one to keep your eyes on in the number 20D, starting worse on the field. We'll see how many he can pick off. So 8 cars scheduled to go 8 laps in distance. Right now, everybody tippy-toeing around the hub of the racetrack. Last night, we were racing all the way around this baby from top to bottom. Just the wind and everything that's been dealt here. Kevin told me he may have put a little bit too much water on the bottom. Was trying to keep some moisture in the track. Obviously, with so much wind here today, it's no perfect science to track prep, but just did everything he could to provide a great racing service. But it's still early in the program, and we'll see what happens throughout the rest of this night as we're underway in your 2nd Buckmeyer Motorsports Ecomod Heat of the night. They're door-to-door down the back straightaway 2x1, trying to go 3 different lanes wide back here for 4th as they hustle into turn number 3. Off of 4, scoring lap number 1 of this 8-lap affair by half a cat's whisker goes to Cody Miller by 0.020. 20 hundredths of a second that time by at the line is Archie Witt trying to fight back but can't find it. Keith Clark in that old school number 15K yellow machine rolling to the top ropes at 3 and 4, opens up the door off the exit of 4, and he'll get disposed of quicker than a Hillary email. Down into turns number 1. as Drew Paddock from 8th to 3rd early. He is working the wheel and he's working it well down the back straightaway to turn number 3. The winningest drivers in this division all season long, Drew Paddock in the number 20D, rocking and rolling his way down the front boulevard on that Western Flyer Racing chassis. Curtis Allen builds a good hot rod, and right now Drew Paddock doing his job. And if they continue to race hard for the race lead, they're going to open up the door for Paddock to inch closer and closer. He'll keep chipping away at it into turn number 1 as Miller continues to be given hell by the number 15 of Archie Witt as they roll down the back straightaway at the midpoint. If off into turn number 3. Miller running that line he used last night, and right now it's propelling his way to continue to be out front, but continue to have that roll right around the bottom of that IRP race car. Number 15 is Witt. Witt giving him all he wants here as Paddock gets closer and closer as we work to the waning stages into that checkered flag. 2 laps to go this time by the best heat race so far tonight here at the Rocket Raceway Park. Down the front straightaway in the turn number 1. Here comes Paddock into 1. It'll be 1.5 laps to go in the midpoint of the back straightaway. Into turn number 3. Miller's outside line momentum advantage continues to work for him as they roll into turns 3 and off the 4 to the white flag this time, shown from veteran flagman Kevin Fry. Miller looks pretty comfortable. The most comfortable he's looked for the entirety of the 7.5 laps to this point. He'll cruise his way through 3 and 4 and sing a full song down the front straightaway to the checkered flag. Cody Miller, your winner at 163. So a great heat race throughout the entirety of that one, all the way till about the white flag. Archie Witt kind of led off of him just a little bit as Cody Miller going to take the victory. And Buckmeyer Motorsports Ecomod heat race number 2 of the night here at the Rocket Raceway Park. Archie Witt driving the Eagles Racing Performance number 15 will come home the bridesmaid and finishing in 3rd, 8th to 3rd for the driver of the Western Flyer Racing chassis number 20D of Drew Paddock. So undoubtedly was the most exciting race of the night so far. It certainly passed the eyeball test. So the 3rd and final Buckmeyer Motorsports Ecomod heat of the night here at the Rocket Raceway Park. You'll find on the pole position. And the 197 out of Sevens Point, Texas. The 197 again is Gary Fitch. Outside of the 168, a pair of triple digits on the front row. You got to love it. Out of Ravenna, Texas, it's Brian Hopkins. Inside of row number 3, the 11H is Jet Hefty. I think this young man is only 12 years old. He's out of Kemp, Texas. Outside of the 69X out of Caddo, Oklahoma, it's Tyler Malone. Starting inside of row number 3 in the 9P is Bart Pearson out of Greenville. And out of Van Alstyne, Texas, and the 29 is Billy Potts. And final car, your last night's feature winner, Sean Williams in car number 81T out of Denison, Texas. So Williams trying to get a jump down to the inside. He'd have been black flagged for that on iRacing. I'm not sure about it in real life. But nonetheless, did not really work out for him. He's going to try to fit the gap and go 3 wide off of turn number 4. And he will. Just can't find enough mustard to squirt by just yet to still step up on the catch-up packet in 1 and 2. Good battle taking shape here for the race lead as they roll through 3 and off of turn number 4 this time by. Continues to be Gary Fitch's 197 out front with the race lead. Hopkins right now riding in 2nd of the number 168 car with Tyler Malone in the 69X back in 3rd as he receives pressure from the 9P of Bart Pearson down the back straightaway entering corner number 3. Off of 4. Down the front boulevard into turn number 1. Billy Potts rides back in 5th behind that. The best battle taking shape on the racetrack. That's for 3rd and 4th respectively. As Williams just can't find enough mustard to get towards the front here in this one, as we saw Drew Paddock do it just a few moments ago in heat race number 2. Tick-tock, the race clock goes. The center of the hourglass ticking away for the rest of the competition as it appears to be Gary Fitch all the time in this one in the 197 car. It will be 3 laps to go this time by as he sends it full throat down the front straightaway into turn number 1. Fitch exits corner number 2 as Hopkins, though, keeping him honest, just hoping for one little slip up, one little bobble to open up the door, but is yet to give him a bone to chew on here as Gary Fitch barking like a big dog down the front straightaway. He's been chipping away just to getting a little bit closer, not chipping at the yards and feet, but he's certainly been chipping away at the inches right now as the white flag waves for Gary Fitch in 197. Final trip off of turn number 2 and down the back straightaway. He'll set his sights. Rolling around the hub once more in 3 and 4, and he'll receive that face full of checkered flag that he long desires here from Kevin Fry. Gary Fitch wins your third and final Buckmeyer Motorsports Ecomod Heat Race of the night here at the Rocket Raceway Park. Second, we'll go to the 168 with a valiant effort there for Brian Hopkins. Tyler Malone of the 69X will finish third. Fourth goes to the 29 of Billy Potts. And Bart Pearson of the 9P rounds out the top 5. One spot out of the top 5 and 6th. Couldn't work the wheel like he did last night, but passing at an ultra premium right now, the 81T of Williams. Sean Williams, last night's feature race winner, comes from 8th to 6th.
Ready for some Southern Topless modified racing. Final race of the year. We're going to crown a champion right here at Rocket Raceway Park. And here is your tentative starting lineup for heat race number 1, starting on the pole in the Ford, racing out of Bells, Texas, Mr. Attitude, the 21 Gil Faber. Right next to him, multi-feature race winner tonight. In this year, in the series, the L8 out of DeBerry, Louisiana, in the IRP house car. That's going to be Chase the Mad Hatter Hatton. Second row on the inside for all you Mopar fans, the 71C. Mr. Chad the Deacon Anderson out of Sherman. Right next to him, new to the STEM series, from Beckville, Texas, the 17 of Anthony Templeton. The little lady sitting in the 87 car out of Vivian, Louisiana, that's Julie Whitley. Right next to her, the 85, Tim Simmons, your 2021 champion. And rounding out the field, the current points leader, the T11, Jacob the Wild Child Toomey, and the 49J of Larry Bell not making this particular race. Some of y'all would have seen Mr. Toomey, the T11, on KXII Sports middle of the week. They did an interview with him. Current points leader trying to close things out right now for the 2022 season. Final race. Some of these cars are sports modified frames. Some of these cars are the 3-link modified frames. All of them must run the Hoosier Slick tire. No tread of any kind on the tires. They are completely bald. And in this race, you can say there is a Ford, a Chevrolet, and a Dodge competing in this event. Look the cars over. That 21 of Gil Faber going to be pacing him. Right outside him is that L8 of the Mad Hatter, and we are racing. Shooting off the top is that L8 of Chase Hatton, but here comes the 21 of Gil Faber giving chase, and oh! Get it a little bit sideways and got tagged. Green light still on. We're still running. Chase Hatton in the L8 holding down that lead. Also, the top 3 cars in each one of the heats will compete for a dash for cash to set the qualifying order of the feature. Right now in second place, the 85, Mr. Excitement, Tim Simmons. Then is the little lady, the Jewel, we call her. That's Julie Whitley. Then the T11, your current points leader, Jacob Wild Child Toomey, losing apart. Up front, taking care of business, getting a big lead is that L8 of Chase the Mad Hatter Hatton, the 85 Tim Simmons, the 87 of Julie Whitley, getting challenged by our current points leader, the T11 of Jacob Toomey, for that third spot. That third spot, very important because that will get them in the dash for cash. Fourth doesn't do anything, and they get to start in the field back in the 7th starting position. Closing laps, white flag. coming out as the field fixing to get to the final lap as the L8 chase the Mad Hatter hat, taking the checkered flag. Then will be the 85, Tim Mr. Excitement Simmons. The T11, Jacob Wildchild Toomey getting around Julie for that third spot. Then the 87 of Julie Whitley. Then I believe it'll be the 17 of Mr. Anthony Templeton in his first stem heat. The number 1, Mr. Jimmy Day out of Greenville, Texas, sponsored by Stanford Trucking. Right next to him, Milton Braun out in the 99, sponsored by 903 Barbecue. Second row on the inside, the Ford. Second place car in our point series right now from Princeton, Texas. We call him the Iceman, the 61 Kelly Wilburn in the 4-Hour Motorsports 380 Pawn sponsored machine. Next to him, out of Van Alstyne, Texas, the 9D Justin Dane, sponsored by 3D Barbecue. Second row complete, and here we are to the third row, the B99 from Carthage, Texas, sponsored by Carthage Mechanical. We call him the Doctor. That's going to be William Brooks. Right next to him, the 7J Johnny Owens out of Princeton, Texas, sponsored by Mike Owens Materials and Texas Shotcrete. To the fourth and final row, the 18, Cameron Buckaloo out of Van Alstyne, Texas, and right next to him, the 01, sponsored by Carl's Diesel out of Royce City, Texas, going to be Mr. Kevin Arrington. Look the cars over. Pick out your favorite driver, cheer him to victory. Mr. Marshlanders on the flag stand, letting the drivers know, okay, let's go. We're going to go racing here in just a lap. Brand new body on that 18 of Cameron Buckaloo. He used to be orange and black. Now he is light blue and black, and I like the light blue better. Facing the field, the 1, Jimmy Day and the 99, Milton Braun. Coming around for the turn. Look, those front cars, look at Marshlanders, and we are racing. Getting a good start is that 1 of Jimmy Day. Giving chase the 61, Kelly the Iceman Wilburn, and that 99 of William Brooks, another one of the IRP race cars. Off the back, the 18, Cameron Buckaloo moving into the 4th spot. The 9 of Justin Dane. The 7J of Johnny Miller. The 01, Kevin Arrington. And the 99 of William Braun. But up front, taking care of business, the 1 car, Jimmy Day, 3rd place in the last feature race that we had a couple of weeks ago. So that car is strong, and he said he made some changes onto it, and it looks like it is moving like a sewing machine. The 99, the Dr. William Brooks takes that 2nd spot from the 61 of Kelly Wilburn, but working on him is that 18 of Cameron Buckaloo with some smoke coming out of the back of the car. The 7 of Johnny Miller trying to figure out how to get around that 18 car, but that 18 car is gaining on that 61 car, that important spot for the dash for cash, as Cameron getting close with that 7th machine of Johnny Miller. Closing laps of heat race number 2. As we see Mr. Jimmy Day getting the 2-lap signal from Marshlanders. The 99 William Brooks, a solid 2nd. And that 61 of Kelly Wilburn getting a crowd by the 7 of Johnny Miller, and he gets around him as the white flag comes out. Let's see if Wilburn can get back up to that 7 car, but that 7 car getting a little bit of distance. But here we go for the winner. Jimmy Day out of Greenville, Texas, take your top spot. Then the 99 of William Brook. And who's it going to be in this 3rd spot? Going to be the 7, looks like, of Johnny Miller. Then the 61, Kelly Wilburn. The 9D of Justin Dane, one of Kevin Arrington, your top cars. That concludes heat race action in the Southern Topless Modifieds. Kiddos, we'll see you at intermission with some special things for y'all.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, this is your 6 cars that are locked in after last night's 2 rounds of passing point heats here in the Byline Surveying USRA Factory Stocks. Three times the winner this season and your overall top qualifier after last night. And the number 2H machine of the Hicks Muffler and Tire, number 2H Marty Hicks on the pole. Outside of the front row, 4 times the winner this season as well. Out of Paris, Texas, in the number 5V, Paris Alternator and Starter, Madewell Welding and Repair, Powderly Coating, C&J Truck Wash, Hicks Muffler and Tire, number 5V, it's Michael Smith. Inside of row number 2 in the Children's Fishing and Rentals, Hunter's Body Shop, Mo Back Suspension and Consulting, GRT Chassis, number B1, Calendar Motorsports, Debbie Calendar Realtors, number B1 from Minden, Louisiana, former super late model standout ace in the B1. It's Kyle Cummings, the 2021 $10,000 winner of the King of the Hill at Boot Hill. And outside of him, it'll be car number 82, Kid Rocket, Shelby Williams, 13 wins in 2022. And that Don Wildy Racecraft, Fast Line Fabrication, Sanford Racing Heads, Team 9 Designs Big Iron Extreme, Wood Karen Outdoor Living, number 82. Still trying to catch my breath from running back up the stairs. Woo, boy, I'm out of shape. Yeah, baby. Here comes Cummings, knocking on the back door to the number 5V of Michael Smith for the race lead. Hicks, your initial pole sitter, fading back, and a victim here from the B1, and he'll get disposed of in the turn 1. Here comes Williams now. Good racing. Although they're all vying for that bottom of the racetrack, you got some comers and goers and some shuffling going on. Here comes Kyle Cummings for the race lead. Kyle Cummings knocking on the door for the race lead. This is the difference between starting on the from the outhouse and the penthouse. Pushing up the racetrack, opening up the door for the B1 at Cummings down the max straightaway. He'll fit it to the inside of the 4-time winner this year of Michael Smith. Kyle Cummings, your new race leader here in the dash. 2 laps to go, the 6-lap affair. Down the front boulevard into turn number 1. Kyle Cummings has got that Calendar Motorsports GRT on dig tonight. Trying to put $5,000 of money in the bank. Off of 4 to the white flag for Kyle Cummings. An impressive effort nonetheless. He picked their pockets when it needed to be picked, and he was right there to pounce. And he'll roll off of 4 to a face full of checkered flag. KG, Kyle Cummings, your winner. 5 via Michael Smith settles for the bridesmaids here at his home track tonight in this one. And 3rd. Well, wasn't sure if Schaffen got him in the 75 or Marty Hicks. Our live timing was not current. Well, I know why it's not current, because I lost internet on my phone. Is KR going to interview him? There he is, folks. We're going to throw it down to Kevin Rogers here, folks. Kyle Cummings, your dash winner here tonight in the number B1 GRT race car.
Come up 1 spot short of winning the 5,000. We're in the play for it tonight. How do you feel?
I feel real good. You know, we got around that type of track a little bit better, and we struggled on that in practice. And you know, the way the track was last night is kind of how I don't really like it. But right now it's racing. They've done a good job with the track, considering the wind and stuff like that. So, you know, I feel good. Hopefully we're standing right here getting another 35 laps.
Well, since you're going 35 laps, you got some hitters in there. I think that dash you showed these folks in the stands and the folks at home in racing in Texas. There's a lot of quality cars here in this field now. What's the strategy to lead this thing start to finish from the podium?
You know, I'm fairly used to running longer races, so a 35-lap race, you know, I'm going to go pretty hard from the start of it. You know, hopefully we won't get in the lap trap. Hopefully we can keep it clean for 35 laps. You know, that, like you said, that's a pretty good group of cars right there. I don't lower a whole lot of people over this way, and so far I've enjoyed this experience.
Good to be a race fans. Here's your night's pole setter for the 7th inning of SmackDown for $5,000, Mr. Kyle Cummings. Zach, I'll set it back up top, buddy.
Kevin getting a good word there. Kyle Cummings, just to give you all a little history here. I talked about it last night. I watched Kyle's father, Rusty Cummings. He's the 1998 Super Late Model Champion. When I say Super, I mean Southern United Professional Racing Series. His dad was well accomplished, but Kyle has won a lot of late model races. He's the first ever Super Late Model winner at Arklatex Speedway back in May of 2007. He's won a lot of big racing in his career. He'll be a major factor here tonight. Your first main event of the night here is your Carlson & Son Ready Mix USRA Limited Modifieds. As they're rolling off of 4 here, we'll take them to the green the next time by. Sorry, it's a B. It's certainly a B. I said main event. It's your first B main event. It's not the first A main event. Jeff, don't shake your head at me. I get twisted up every now and then. I love you. I'm to your left. So the only Caution and Sun Ready Mix USRA Limited Modified B feature of the night, Wichita Falls, Texas racer Josh Carnorier. And the number 41 machine will be your pole sitter in this one. Jason Gamas and the B&R Racing chassis number 22 Triple X. So my apologies there for the few laps that I missed during the start. The first 4 laps of this Caution and Sun Ready Mix USR Limited Modified B feature. Taking care, talking to a few fans down there. They're like, where are you coming from? I said, I come from down there in Halton, Louisiana. He said, where's that? You'd be surprised how many people that don't know where Halton is, and they think you're like from down south Louisiana. Not all of us are coonasses and raging Cajuns. I do take pride in being an LSU Tiger. How about that tail whooping we put on the Ole Miss Rebels today? Come on back. 45-20. We poured it on. It was a good game all the way until about 7 minutes left in the third quarter, and then it was all she wrote from there down there in down there in Tigerland and Death Valley. It's where hopes and dreams come to die for any opponent, unless you're Nick Saban in Alabama, and we'll just hold and take care of them hopefully on November the 5th, which is always on my birthday. So usually I always have a pretty terrible birthday weekend because we've only beat Alabama twice, and half my lifetime. Anyway, since Nick Saban's been at Alabama, which has been since 2007, no one cares except for me. So we're going to get back on the task at hand here. And when we go back green the next time by, there'll be 5 laps into the history books of this 12-lap affair. And that means that we'll have 7 laps to settle the score to find out who is going to go to the main event for the Costin & Son Ready Mix USRA Limited Modified Division here tonight. I want to give a quick shout-out to my good friend Mike Patrick. Turned 66 years old, the big 6'6", 66 years old, and my good friend Mike Patrick used to always come sit in the stands and root on his favorite driver, Jamie Burford, at the Boot Hill Speedway. And, man, I love him, and he's just a great guy. I'd like for everybody that I hold dear at the races to just meet and shake this gentleman's hand. He's a true fan of our sport, and I appreciate him always enjoying the sport that I do as well. So thank him for tuning in, watching live on RaceOnTexas.com. As we hustle off into 1 and off of 2, down the back straightaway. They're 3 wide at about mid-pack here, as they were at the midpoint. Now they're 3 wide once more into turn number 3. Back there with that 59W, that's Winsboro, Texas racer Brian Holland. He got a door slammed into him on the right rear. That was the 14 junior Michael King, and they're bobbling up off of 2. Look out. Oh, my. That shows you how much real estate is up top. I heard Kevin Sestair talk to the drivers before we went green in the dash of the USRA factory stocks, and he said, look, guys, I know that it's not ideal, not the track that we had last night. I'm sorry, like, I tried everything. I know it's a little bottom dominant, but, man, because he really cares. He loves this racetrack, and he worked his tail off, man, and that's why it's so, it can be very dejecting, but you just got to come back and try it again the next night. I mean, I never am one to give up either. Like, you could have one of the best races you've ever seen. You just never know what kind of cards you're going to get dealt and what kind of different circumstances may very well happen here on the racetrack tonight. It causes for a totally different style of racing. A lot of these guys are good. Like, that played right into Kyle Cummings' hands. He has always been very good on the bottom of a racetrack. And so this is playing right into his hands. And some drivers are good at that, at, able to meticulously run the bottom. And while you see guys like Derek Grigsby at Boot Hill, granted, he can run anywhere on a racetrack, anywhere, I would say, in the Mid-South, but he is really, really good at running the top at Boot Hill Speedway. And not everybody can just run the top and rip it like that, like he and Jason Ingalls and Jamie Burford can, and so many other great guys. But sometimes these kind of deals just play right into your hands. Certain track conditions favor different kind of drivers. So we are going to find out, no matter what, at the end of this racing night, who's going to have the baddest hot rod of the bunch. Give a shout out to John Elmore watching back on RaceOnTexas.com tonight. Thank you, John, for tuning in. And give a shout out to Cody Wooten from Wichita Falls, Texas, our big asset and producer for RaceOnTexas.com. And he's always controlling the switches and doing a lot of things. Last night when the audio went out for us, he gave me a link to dial up. And I called the races, about 3 or 4 heat races on my phone until we could get that XLR wire swapped out that was crimped or damaged from the the door. The door basically split it in half, so that's why we didn't have audio and had so many issues last night getting started. But thanks to Cody and his efforts and getting us back on track there until the best out there, Mr. Jeff Christensen, could go out there and get a new XLR wire ran from the camera in here to get that fixed up. But thanks to him and all he does, he's watching back there in Wichita Falls. Give a shout out as well to Chase Davis, old Chase Jebediah Davis, down there, the driver of the 29D car in Bossier City, Louisiana. We'll go back 11 years, folks. First time I met him at Victor Lane at Boot Hill, and he's in a beginner cruiser car, in a 4-door big body car. He wasn't playing no games down there, folks. As we roll off a 4 to the green flag from Flagman Kevin Fry. We're back underway in the Carlson & Son Ready Mix USRA Limited Modified B feature. And here comes last night's main event winner. Has to come through a B tonight. He's going to work the wheel down to the inside of Hunter Welch for second. Here comes Shannon Hartline and the Mudbone sponsored number 49. Off of turn number 4 they come. How about Michael King Jr.? Michael King Jr. working his way up inside of the top 5 now. He'll slide across the nose, and he'll take the 4th spot away down the back straightaway in the turn number 3. He's up 5 spots, 6 spots in this one now. Michael King Jr. dealt a pretty bad hand in heat race action earlier, but it is not going to hold him back to get himself into the main event here tonight. I believe we are taking the top 4. Do not quote me, just in case. It doesn't say. It doesn't say on Race Pass meter. So, okay, the top 12 do indeed transfer. The top 12 transfer. The one car on the outside looking in right now is Justin Mitchell's number 81 J car, who sits 13th. Bailey Turner and the 24B rides 14th, so we'll try to find and keep our eyes around them as 2 laps to go from Kevin Fry that time by to your longtime race leader, Josh Cornoyer. And he'll come around this time off of 4 to the white flag. Still a tippy-toe around the hub of the racetrack kind of night all the way to this juncture. But it beats like that sometimes. Off of turn number 4 to a face full of checkered flag. It'll be all she wrote and drove a flawless race. The 41 of Josh Cornoyer out of Wichita Falls, Texas. Your winner in car number 41. So the 12 cars going main event racing tonight is going to be the number 45 of Tyson Henson, the 19 of Corey Whitworth, the 59R of Brian Holland, the 23 of Case Penrod, Ricky Handy's 99 H car, the 29J of Jonathan Powers. Finishing in 6th, going to the main event, the 2JT of Justin Vaughn, Shane Hartline in 50. 14 Junior advanced 6 spots up to 4th, Michael King Jr. out of El Dorado, Arkansas. And 3rd, the 325 of Hunter Welch, who finished 5th in the main event last night. Last night's feature winner has to come out of a B feature tonight. And the number 49 Mudbones car of Shannon Hartline. And taking the victory in the number 41, Josh Cornoyer, your winner of Carlson & Son Ready Mix USRA Limited Modified B feature. Well, I hate to inform most of you out there that are Texas Longhorn fans that you dropped that one today to the Oklahoma State Cowboys. The old Pokes gave it to you there late, unfortunately. And I ain't rubbing it in. I know it's been a rough season with high hopes earlier, but Texas indeed not back yet. Y'all don't throw me out yet, but Texas is not back yet. Quentin Ewers 3 picks today for what it's worth. Kansas State, though, on top, 21-10 over TCU. Kind of updating all you guys that are watching on Race on Texas as well. It's hard to flip the channel and go watch football and Race on Texas. So I'll just update you on the scores. TCU undefeated, 8th ranked team in the country, down 11 right now in the second quarter. Still lots of time. Alabama killing Mississippi State 24-0. No surprise. And Texas A&M struggling against the South Carolina Gamecocks. Who knew? When is Jimbo Fisher going to get that thing righted in the right direction? Likely never. I agree. Likely never. All righty, Aggie fans. On the poll, a byline surveying USRA factory stock. B feature number. Wait, we already did B features. What do we got? This has got to be the LCQ, like last chance. top 3 cars go to the main event here tonight. This is their last chance. Like, this is it, folks. You better do something about it here, or guess what? You'll be throwing it on the trailer, and we'll be seeing you later on another dirt track Saturday night. There's not a whole lot of them left here in the 2022 racing season. As one to keep your eyes on here, he's 4 spots out of a transfer, but he's got her singing up top of 05 of Brian McHenry. He's got that outlaw chassis singing it in the Petty Knight. As we get a caution here, it looks like car number 7G. It is 7G indeed. Scotty Gibson losing the handle down there. Briefly set up a donut shop. Wasn't open for business very long, and we'll get them corralled and headed back into the right direction. We'll throw the green back out. We'll send them back around at a full rate of speed here to find out who's going to go to the main event tonight. 2 laps scored. Of this, I believe, 12-lap affair. Byline Surveying, the proud title sponsor and presenting sponsor of the USRE Factory Stocks in 2022 here at the Rocket Raceway Park. Whether you need a property title survey, commercial survey, or subdividing property, we are here to help. They have the skill and the expertise to work with a diverse client base, including engineers, architects, contractors, realtors, attorneys, closing agents, and of course, homeowners. Know that whatever services you're looking for, you can trust Byline Surveying to complete your project on time and on budget. Byline Surveying, located in Emory, Texas. You can find out more at bylinesurveying.com or contact them directly, 903-473-5150. The green comes out for the Field of Hungry Hounds and the Byline Surveying USRE Factory Stocks, their last and final chance to make the main event tonight. They're 3 wide for the transfer spot down here in 1 and 2. 3 wide momentarily, and I told you to keep your eyes on it, McHenry. Look at him way up top where Grandpa keeps the good bourbon, folks. He ain't scared to go upstairs. He went all the way up top. He couldn't go any higher than Willie Nelson on a cross-country tour with Snoop Dogg riding shotgun. Look at him go, folks. Holy smokes. Holy smokes indeed. Now across down to the bottom, he says, I'm just trying to go where you ain't. I will go where you're not, and he'll try to pick his spot down to the bottom of the racetrack, and he may pick and do 2 for the price of 1. How about 3 for the price of 1? Brian McHenry around the hub of the racetrack, and he's going to wash up just a little bit nearly. Makes a little bit of a cocktail there with the 51D of Eagletown, Oklahoma's Daniel Lampier. Lampier says, hey, what works for you should work for me. He'll go to the top ropes and sing a song on the top shelf of the racetrack, and it's not going to quite work. He went up there where Grandpa keeps the good bourbon. Oh, baby, he got to run off the exit of 2. Maybe we're starting to see the track get a little bit of speed up there. You'd certainly love to see it. Last night was some of the best racing I have seen all season long. And we'd love to duplicate what we saw last night here when it matters the most. But right now it appears to be 05 and McHenry has found his niche around the bottom of the racetrack. There's 3 of them. The battles for the transfer right now. It's all Daniel Lampier, but he has got all kinds of fear. Not just in the last name. Uh-oh. And one around right there at the top of turn number 3 and 4. So the green flag will come back out here. The Byline Surveying USRA Factory Stocks. I tell you what, this battle for the 3rd and final transfer spot is heating up down the back straightaway into turn number 3. And the caution is back out. right here on the front straightaway. Scotty too hotty, hot into the front straightaway wall. My apologies, that is Bobby Spencer, not Scotty. That's 4B, Scotty's in 7G. I do apologize in advance. So Bobby got a bite of the concrete. Unfortunately, he'll go off on the tow chain here. So this battle for transfer spot is certainly heated up here. We saw Brian McHenry work his way, I think, from 7th at one point, right when we started talking about him railing the top of the racetrack. And boy, he picked his spots and picked the poison right when he needed to, man. And he picked their pockets indeed and threw them right into the hip pocket there, and was nonetheless impressive to watch him work his way up to 2nd. We'll see if he happens to have anything here for Gary Fitch when we go back to the green flag. But been very impressive for Brian McHenry to watch him. Daniel Lamphere right now in the 3rd and final transfer spot. Right behind him in the number 5H car. Typically drives the number 94 car. Driving the 5H, just acquired this car. Talked to him in the pitch yesterday evening. That's Dustin Nation. Dustin Nation. As Richard George right there was throwing his hat into the ring and wanted to become an official player as well. And the 22C car sits 5th. Richard Sawyer, 76, rides 6th. And 7th, the 7X of Dalen Briscoe. Joey Freeland in the 57, right now the top 8. And for what it's worth, outside in 9th in the 40 is Bruce Edwards, and Bobby Spencer, number 4B, just went pit side on the tow chain. If you're interested or kind of wondering what's the factory stock racing been like here at Rocket Raceway Park this year, what some of the winners look like, well, I compiled some stats. I did it with pen and paper here. 12 different winners here at Rocket on the season, 12 different. We started off with Michael Smith winning the first 3 out on the year. Michael Smith swept the first 3, and then we found Bryce Pritchett going to victory lane, where he started 7th that night back on March the 26th. Then Michael Bowles went to victory lane here on April the 2nd. Bryce Pritchett went back to victory lane on the 9th of April. And then Marty Hicks got his first of his 3 victories here, and he got 2 of them back-to-back on the 23rd of April and the 30th. Then Dion Redmond scored his first win back on May the 7th. And that was his first of 4 wins en route to the 2022 Rocket Raceway Park Track Championship title. And then we found Shelby Williams getting his first one on May the 14th. Then Redmond went back, and then we got another first-time winner in Tristan McCullough, the 21-year-old driver to the in-law chassis number 3 M car. McCullough won on June the 4th. And then Bryce Pritchett got another of his 4 victories on the season. And the driver I've been talking about quite a bit in this last chance qualifier, Brian McHenry, has certainly showed that he has got some speed and he can win races here. Won here on June the 25th in the 05 car. And then Michael Smith, after winning the first 3 races to start the year, went winless all the way until July the 18th, and he scored his 4th win on the year. So Michael Smith trying to get back into victory lane for the first time since July the 18th, after again sweeping the first 3 out to start the year. Brandon Stoll was another one of the one-time winners here this year in the 21B car. He got the dub here on August the 6th. Chad Abernathy, after many a seconds, got his first one here on August 13th. And then we had a string of quite a few first-time winners this season. The last 5 or 6 races, it was C.J. Howell winning the Brian Mize Memorial here on September the 3rd. C.J. Howell, the youngster, 17 years old, of C.J. Howell, winning the Brian Mize Memorial. Very special race to Kevin Sestair and Kevin Rogers. And he gets that big-time win. Then the following day, the Brian Mize Hangover was won by the 38 Double D of Rodney White, one of his 36 wins on the year. And then Marty Hicks, who is our overall top qualifier, won the most recent event here, the Cowboy Up Classic, on September the 17th. Those are your 12 different winners, 15 wins among 4 different drivers. But we had 12 different winners here this season at Rocket Raceway Park. So right now, Daniel Lamphere, oh my goodness, and these guys are getting wild back here. They're not even going to the dance right now, and certainly not if they continue to race each other in that fashion. But we will not get the caution out. 57 certainly wanted one as he got the business given to him there, and not the good kind of business. And he'll pull his number 57 hot rod back onto the racetrack, a little hot underneath the collar. As Briscoe just hit a banana peel down there in 3 and 4 as well. It might just be a little slippery down there, folks. I'll tell you what, Daniel Lamphere's got that 51 D car straight out of Eagletown, Oklahoma. He's got that singing full throat down into 3 and 4 to the outside of McHenry. He does not, I mean, I'll tell you what, he is really, really, really pushing it because Dustin Nation is right there ready to pick his pocket. I tell you what, man, he has got a little bit of a lineup there, though, folks. How about Daniel Lamphere in the number 51 D car, 4 times a winner this season in Nashville, Arkansas at the Diamond Park Speedway. He has got that 51 D car rolling, but it is not going to pay dividends for the 57 lap traffic here. He's going to have to make an evasive move off the exit of corner number 2, and he may have a run on the race lead. Makes a liar of me. Here comes the Eagletown, Oklahoma driver trying to find a different line that we have not seen all night long. He goes way high wide that time off of 4. He better get it ironed out because the 5.8's ready to put a wrinkle in his race night. Here he comes with a fire run off the exit of corner number 2. He'll put his foot through the firewall. Final time on the 3 and 4 to the checkered flag. He does not want to keep that thing too hung out as he'll keep it pinned tight enough around the hub, and he'll drag race off of 4. He'll have to settle, though, for 3rd at the line, but is able to hold back the advances of Dustin Nation as Daniel Lamphere will grab the 3rd and final transfer spot. Good racing there, folks, for the transfer spot and for 2nd and nearly for the race lead there in the second half of that one. And your Byline Surveying USRA Factory Stock First Last Chance qualifier, the first of 2, one more in the staging area. As the 3rd and final transferee here tonight out of Eagletown, Oklahoma. I mentioned a moment ago, 4 times a winner this season down at Diamond Park Speedway in Nashville, Arkansas. Excuse me. Daniel Lamphere and that Club 20 suspension. Lovis Corner Store Broken Tag Agency Kids Ranch Daycare Rogue Local Steakhouse 51 D car, the 36-year-old will go to the main event dance here tonight. 2nd goes to the Outlaw Chassis number 05 of Brian McHenry. A great effort there for McHenry. As McHenry out of Quinlan, Texas, and his Outlaw Race Car Tasmanian Lawn Care GetAPolicy.com Paris Recycling number 05. As Gary Fitch, we call him Peanut Fish, your winner in the 197. The first LCQ. Your 2nd and final chance for any of these Byline Surveying USRA Factory Stock drivers to make the main event tonight. Once more, we'll take the top 3 to the main event. And the top 3 again out of 12 lamps in distance on the pole out of Trenton, Texas. And the 1P, it'll be Martin Poole. Outside in the number 53 machine, the hired gun this weekend of that Destroyer Racing chassis. Relaxed pulling spot number 53 of Jason Cook. Inside of row number 2, 13 years old, age ain't nothing but a number, baby. And car number 35, driver to the Pate Automotive. RPM Performance Power number 35 out of Red Lick, Texas of Racing Roy. Racing Roy in 35, 13 years old. Keep your eyes on him. He was putting on a display here last night before having some hardships. Outside it'll be Jeremy Fodge in 69X car. He rides out of Paris, Texas. Inside of 3, starting 5th in the 25 WD, Jeremy Doyle in the Don Wildy Racecraft 2.5 chassis, number 25W. Outside, it'll be the 24B car out of Cooper, Texas. It's Aaron Booth. Starting inside of row number 4 in the 7th spot from Forney. In the 26G is Bobby Glover. Jesse Freeland, Jesse James, and car number 24 out of Powderly, Texas. Starts 8th inside of row number 5, starting 9th on the grid. And 49B, that's going to be Bobby Price out of Sherman, Texas. Outside of Bobby, it'll be car number 73 from Paris of Brentford. Jeff Day in 44, he's out of Greenville, Texas. Robert Stevenson in 77S. Smooth Austin Waters in 169X from Hooks. He's got his work cut out for him, but one to keep your eyes on would indeed be the 169X, the hired gun. for Jason Rogers this weekend. Showed a lot of speed last night, just didn't quite have the results he was wanting to show for it. Greg Thompson from Bossier City, Louisiana, and car 107 starts 14th, and the 15th and final starter, if he made it out, will be the 37X of James Brown. Again, the factory stock division been going strong since 2003 when Gene Border first created it over at the Architect Speedway in Vivian. The inaugural factory stock crown jewel. We just had the 18th running of the O'Reilly Auto Parts Cajun Cruiser Classic. And we have that $1,000 combined points fund, and we're 2 by 3 wide into 1 and 2. We're going to keep our eyes on this transfer. We got one coming around to the exit of 2 right in front of the car at the tail here. And we'll see if he elects to be sent to promoter school. We'll send him straight there with a certificate. Nope. We got more problems down here in turns 3 and 4. Worried about what was going on over here in turn 2. Missed what happened in 3 and 4 with several of your front runners involving 13-year-old Racing Roy. And a few good ones. There's a fine line between love and hate out here. You got to be careful if you're up there near a transfer. You don't want to push too hard of an issue. And you just don't. You push it too hard, you'll find yourself in the outhouse looking in. Yet you don't want to give anything up either, because there's a lot of guys barking at your back door trying to get into this main event as well. Fine line between aggressive and conservative here tonight. And quite not ready to turn the wick back up and send them back here to the green flag. So we'll go around likely one more time. I want to thank a lot of the great corporate Sponsors and presenting sponsors here at the Rocket Raceway Park of the 2022 racing season. Able Truck and Trailer Sales, Ballistic Trailers, Bobcat of North Texas, Bravado Wireless, Buckmeyer Motorsports, the presenting title sponsor of the Ecomods, Byline Surveying, of course, the USRA Factory Stock title presenting sponsor. Camp Gladiator out of Emory, Texas, the Junior Limited Modified presenting class sponsor here in 2022. Clement and Sons, Sand and Gravel, located in Bonham, Texas. Costo and Son Ready Mix. Costin and Son, of course. Costin and Son Ready Mix. Douglas Distributing, the proud presenting sponsor of the USRA Stock Car Action this year. Hicks Muffler and Tire. KR Performance Fuels. KR Promotions. M&M Dumpster Rentals. O'Reilly Auto Parts. Optimum Collision of Sherman, the presenting class sponsor of the Trooper Cruisers. Parkway Buick GMC. Pepsi. RaceOnTexas.com. For all the parts you'll ever need, RockAuto.com. Sestair Plumbing, Walker, Warren and Jordan Surveying and Mapping, the presenting class sponsor of the USRA Modifieds, and Whitaker's Towing. I don't think that's Stephen Whitaker. Here's a fun trivia question for you, race fans watching on Race on Texas. You can't Google it, which I don't know. I can't keep you from doing that and cheating, but the first one to message me and tell me that what year O'Reilly Auto Parts was founded, what year, and where the first store was, you may win a prize, but you very well may win nothing. So we're back at it underway here off of 4. We got one of them at the tail coming around. And we'll see if he elects to get it refired here and keep this thing under green flag conditions. It appears that he will. And he's just hoping for a prayer here. And the caution will come out. Looks like one may have popped the weasel down here at 1 and dropped some fluid on the racetrack. So that's going to be the saving grace. Good fortune there. Thought that's who that was. Robert Stevenson of the 77S car, the one that went around there in 3 and 4. But the caution comes out for the hot rod that looks like he dropped the power plant here off of turn number 4 all the way down the front of Main Street and all the way over into turn 1 over into the pit area. So pop goes the weasel there, unfortunately for him. But that's going to save Stevenson, although he was just about all the way to the tail anyway. So not going to. It will let him refire with the rest of the field when we come back to the green flag. They'll have a fighting chance. John Elmore, you were close, sir, but no cigar. And that is not the correct year. He said 1969 in Missouri. You gotta tell me you got the state right. You gotta tell me the town too, where the first single store was. And for all my people, watching back in Louisiana. We all love some Johnny's Pizza, old Johnny's Pizza House. First person that can tell me what year where the first Johnny's Pizza House was located, you may win a prize as well. So just about ready to kick the tires and relight the fires here. With your race leader here from the drop of the initial green flag, we've suffered a couple of cautions here, but the 53 of Jason Cook out front with the lead. my good friend. And car number 53 leads us back to the green of that Darrell Campbell-built Destroyer Racing chassis. And we'll watch out on that fluid up there in 3. Stevenson got a hold of it and slipped him up to the top of 1 and 2. He looked just about like a 3-legged dog on an icy lake when he hit it down there in turn number 1. He was able to corral it, though. Get it back down on all 4s. It's going to continue to be Jason Cook leading them down the boulevard into turns 1 and 2. Jeremy Fodge going to take second as they hustle off the exit of corner number 2. Martin Poole rides in third here, pressuring him hard. These guys want to be careful. They want to get the racing too hard. Knock yourself out of a transfer. Right now, the 13-year-old out of Red Lick, Texas, Racing Roy in the Pate Automotive number 35 has just picked the pocket of 1. The 24, Jesse James Freeland. And now he's going to go to work on the 25W of Jeremy Doyle for 4th. Here comes the 13-year-old Racing Roy, using lessons learned from his father, Aaron Roy, tonight. Aaron already won his Costin & Son Ready Mix USRA Limited Modified Heat Race. And we'll see if this youngster can work his way and make this main event tonight. It'll be a major feather in his cap, and he has got a hot rod. He'll dispose of Doyle down the back straightaway. Jeremy Doyle relegated back into the 4th spot. 1 more spot to go as Doyle checked up for the 35 of Roy and sent him around like a top in 3 and 4. No harm, no foul. We'll keep the green out as everybody continues to roll right around the hub of the racetrack. That's the quickest line so far all night long here at the Rocket Raceway Park. After, again, last night duly noted, we are racing all the way around this thing from the top to the bottom and all parts in between. One of the raciest and best racetracks I've seen here in 2022. As we exit corner number 4, we're just, I believe we're down to 5 laps to go here for Jason Cook and the number 53 machine. Jason Cook, again, the hired gun this weekend. And Lane Brashears, we have a winner. We'll talk about Racing Roy right now. He might give the bump and run here to Martin Poole. Knocking on the back door. Will you let me in? Martin not quite ready to do that. This young 13-year-old looks like a seasoned veteran out here tonight, as Racing Roy's got 1 more spot to go, but he is about to give Martin Poole all he's worth here in the waning stages of this one. This is between throwing it on the trailer and seeing you later on another dirt track Saturday night, or seeing us later in this 35-lap main event for $5,000 that hangs in the balance. Roy is there, knocking on the back door. With 2 laps to go this time by, he's going to have to get on that horse and get a whip to it, and he's going to have to go now. All the while, Fodge has made a run on your race leader here into the waning stages of Jason Cook. Cook keeping it tight around the hub of the racetrack. 1.5 laps to go as he meets the midpoint of the back straightaway. Roy all over the 1P of Martin Poole here. It'll be 1 more trip around the High Bank quarter-mile oval here in Petty, Texas. And your final last chance qualifier for the Byline Surveying USRA factory stocks. You got a battle for the race lead. You got a battle for the 3rd and final transfer spot. Roy's got to know it. Will he push the issue? Will he pull out the old Dale Earnhardt card and give him a bump and run in 3 and 4? Yeah, baby. He shows respect and sportsmanship, and that'll go a long way in this young man's future career. And he'll have to unfortunately settle for 1 spot short of the main event tonight, and he'll have to put her on the trailer in car number 35. Better to make friends at this stage of your career, as he's going to be around for quite some time. Racing Roy, unfortunately, going to miss this main event dance tonight by 1 spot, and he'll come up 1 spot short. Good run there for Martin Poole in the 1P, keeping that thing tight around the hub of the racetrack. Second go to the 69X of Jeremy Fodge, and taking the win. And car number 53 out of Greenville, Texas, driving the Destroyer chassis. How about a hand for Jason Cook, your last chance qualifier number 2 winner. What's your name? Andy Faber. Again, handed back over to him with the call of the Southern Topless Economy Modifieds.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for cash for the Southern Topless Modifieds. 6 cars, 6 laps. This will determine the starting order for the final feature race of 2022. Also, the winner going to pick up a check for $200. Starting on the pole, racing out of Seagoville, Texas, call him Mr. Excitement, the 85 2021 STEM champion. That's going to be Mr. Tim Simmons right next to him. From Carthage, Texas. Carthage Mechanical sponsoring that machine. That's going to be the Dr. William Brooks. Second row on the inside, the L8. Mr. Chase the Mad Hatter Hatton won our last feature race we had. That's why you see some tape hanging off the back of his car. Next to him is the 7J. That's going to be Johnny Miller in the Texas Shotcrete. Mike Owens material car out of Princeton, Texas. And rounding out the field is the number 1 of Jimmy Day out of Greenville, Texas, and the T11, our current points leader, out of Carthage, Texas. Toomey Trucking sponsoring that car, and IRP Race Cars. Up on the flag stand, Marvelous Marsh Landers. Keeping an eye on the things. Getting everybody lined up in the spots they want to be in. Drivers getting a little bit of heat built up in these tires. Remember, these tires do not have any tread on them. They are balled. So heat makes them stick. So running around the racetrack on a slow basis is definitely going to help these cars when we get to racing speed, because they want those tires to stick, especially going into turn number 1 on the start. Looks like we got everything lined out. Light is out. We are fixing to go green. Pick you out a favorite driver. 6 laps going to go by real quick. One of these gentlemen going to be $200 richer after this race is over, and we are racing. Tim Simmons getting the early lead. Beating on the back door is that L8 of Chase the Mad Hatter Hatton. See if he can try to go up, duck down underneath him. Is he sure going to push the envelope? Side by side coming out of turn number 4. Hatton gets around him. The 99 of William the Dr. Brooks trying to set himself up to get around that 85 car, but the 85 of Tim Simmons speeding away as the 1 of Jimmy Day trying to duck underneath that 99 car again. The L8 getting a pretty good lead, but those gentlemen behind them, they want a good starting position in that feature race, so they're going to work for that position. As the L8 of Chase Hatton pulling a little bit away from that 85, but if this stops the way it is and finishes like we are, it's going to be the L8 and the 85 both on the front row. A little bit of smoke coming out of the back of that 1 car of Jimmy Day. But the 99, William the Dr. Brooks, trying to figure out how he can get around that 85 machine of Tim Simmons to get on a start on the front row. As the white flag comes out, your L8 got things in hand. Then the 85 Tim Simmons going to hold off that 1 to beat the 99, but feature race winner start on the pole, the L8 Chase Hatton, the 85 Tim Simmons, the 99 William the Dr. Brooks, the T11 of Jacob Toomey, the 7J of Johnny Miller, and the rolling along is that machine of number 1. Going to turn the mic back over to the man, and we will see you at feature race time.
I'm the man? You're the man. I'm the man, folks. The man. I wish. All right, man. That up. So the driver that I coined and donned him the nickname the Mad Hatter. Chase Hatton. I think I gave him that one back in like 2000 and who cares? But anyway, he is certainly progressed to be one of the top flight drivers undoubtedly in this class. He's more oftentimes than not the pick to take home the checkered flag in any kind of stems or pro mod race at Boot Hill, Arklatex, or anywhere he travels outside of those Arklatex area tracks. He has certainly got that thing figured out. Got Papa Ray Ingalls riding along with him there. He's still got that Ray Ingalls power plant barking like a big dog underneath the hood too. Of course, he still runs that Lazy 8, and I think he probably always will in memory of him. Chase's number, of course, is 211, 211, and race the Lazy 8 for Papa Ray Ingalls. Right then. And here you have it, ladies and gentlemen, 2 nights of racing action, 2 full shows for the Costin & Son Ready Mix USRA Limited Modifieds, and it's all come down to this here on night number 2. Your first A feature of the night here on a Saturday night special. Who's going to get the belt to be put around their waist and snag the 7th annual SmackDown victory here at the Rocket Raceway Park? Second and final event of the 2022 racing season coming up in just a couple of weeks. November. Is it? I think it's the first or the second week of November. Don't quote me on it, but maybe 7th, 8th, and 9th is going to be this year's ARMS Nationals, the American Racer Modified Series Nationals, coming up here at Rocket to close out the year. Be some of the baddest modified drivers on the planet there, or here at Rocket. So on the pole of your Costin & Son Ready Mix USRA Limited Modified main event here tonight, it'll be Eric Luttrell out of Kaufman, Texas, your pole sitter in the number 11. Outside of Luttrell in the number 43B, he is your 2022 Rocket Raceway Park Limited Modified Track Champion from Greenville, Texas, of Billy Brierton. Inside of our number 2 from Kaufman, boy, does he have a lot of victories on the shelf to his credit. In the number 25C Clark Racing entry of Cody Smith. Outside of Smith, as well as this driver, with 16 wins on the season. And the number 20D just won the USRA Nationals at the Wheatland, Missouri Lucas Oil Speedway a couple of weeks ago. The USRA Nationals in car number 20D, it's Rowdy Day. Inside of row number 3, from Forney, Texas, in the number 56, it'll be Stephen Ashcraft. In the Texarkana Emergency Center, Presto Magic Clean DE Wraps, number 35. It's Rapid Roy, Aaron Roy, the 8-time 67 Speedway track champ. He rides out of Red Lake, Texas. Iowa Park Texan in car number 56W. That's going to be Tyler Webb. Outside in car number 84, the inaugural Southern Sport Mod Nationals winner for $11,000. Out of Vector, Texas, it's the TRC Racing Chassis number 84 of Rodney White. 36 wins on the year for Rodney White. 9th starter in car number 22, it'll be Jeremy Cox. He's out of Sherman, Texas. In the 14X car, it'll be Princeton, Texas racer Josh Landers. 11th starter on the grid out of Altus, Oklahoma, into the Western Flyer chassis, number 15W, it's Cole Dennis. Jason Langford along his outside at 84 XX. To the inside of the next row, Josh Cornoyer. And the number 41 out of Wichita Falls, Texas, your B-main winner earlier tonight. Last night's main event winner from Ivanhoe, Texas, and the Mudbones number 49 is Shannon Hartline. 325 is Hunter Welch from Olustee, Oklahoma, outsides the 19-year-old Michael King Jr. from El Dorado in the 14 junior. Shane Hartline from Ivanhoe in car number 50. Justin Vaughn, Jonathan Powers, Ricky Haney, Case Penrod, Brian Holland, Corey Whitworth. Kevin Fry has the green flag in hand, ready to go 20 laps in distance at the Rocket Raceway Park for your first main event of the night here on this Saturday night special. We'll get the gloves out, and we'll get the slugging back and forth, tooth and nail, off of 2, down the back straightaway, neck and neck. Going to be very important as to who gets the whole shot and gets the neck up on the competition. We got one coming around. It's Stephen Ashcraft's number 56 car. He'll try to get back in the throttle, kills the car, can't do it, and the caution very well may come out. It does. Alrighty. So for the time that we were quiet there, that's how long it takes apparently to have a microphone die and locate the batteries that you put in your backpack. There you have it. We got a fresh new set, so we're going to rock and roll from this point forward. Energizers don't fail me now. All right, folks. So a pair of cautions coming out in the first couple of circuits of this USRA Limited Modified feature event. Alabama on top of the Mississippi State Bulldogs, 27-0. No surprises there. Bama a little ticked off after Tennessee threw their goalposts into the river last week after a 3-point loss. Most points they gave up since 1907. Hard to think about. 1907. That means someone's great, like grandpa was playing football. Maybe for the Alabama Crimson Tide. And they gave up 52 points back in 1907. Alrighty then. Moving right along to the Costin Sun Ready Mix USRA Limited Modifieds here. And evidently leading that first circuit that mattered so very much, Cody Smith from Kaufman, Texas. And I guess I missed what happened to Eric Luttrell because he is not on the racetrack as we hustle back into 1 and 2. Look out, Rowdy Day screaming from the outside across down into 3 and 4. He'll slide down in front of the nose into number 43, the 3 wide. Here comes Aaron Roy in car number 35. Scooting off the top ropes of the racetrack comes Aaron Roy, trying to keep it digging around the top ropes of the racetrack. He'll send it down in there once more. It's car number 43. Brian taking a big run. He'll find it down to the inside into 3rd. Have Ashcraft in the 56 and relegate him to 3rd, or 4th rather, as up to 3rd. Continuing to move forward is Billy Brierton, and wow, how about that 360 over there in 3 and 4. Langford in that IRP number 84, he gets a 10 out of 10 on style points for that one, folks. And seeing Eric Luttrell over there at the top of turn number 2, riding through the pit area. So here we go. Rowdy Day has, it's well noted that we do not necessarily have the best of racetracks in regards to a top side. Rowdy Day says, I do not care. He don't give a damn in, folks. He was giving it all he had up there last time. Then he makes a liar of him. He goes down to the bottom this time. And for what it's worth, Rowdy Day got enough of a shot of momentum to overtake the 43 of Brierton, who gave him all he was worth down here in 3 and 4 that last time by. We'll see if Day is able to kind of distance himself and get a little bit of comfortability over the 43 of Brierton, where he can maybe try to test something up top to mount a charge on the driver who is starting to get away up front in the form of the 25C of Cody Smith. Cody Smith working the wheel out front, and he is indeed working her wheel to the bottom of the racetrack, stuck like Chuck in that Honeycutt Sand and Gravel Clark Racing number 25C Ingles Racing Performance chassis. IRP Racing chassis 1, 2, and 3 on the speedway right now as they exit corner number 4. 1, 2, 3. I believe Ashcraft, and don't quote me, I believe he's in a Western Flyer. I'll have to double check on that for what it's worth. Aaron Roy back there in a fight of his own. He's in an IRP race car, so 4 of them inside of the top 5. And they'll make Jason Ingles very proud, as he has certainly been one of the hot commodities in the great state of Texas, if not the hottest of commodities. And Southern Sport Mod ranks and builds a hell of an openable modified, a USRA and an IMCA modified. And I know he takes great pride in doing so. As lap traffic become a factor as Cody Smith just squeezed by the lap traffic. Hard to tell from my vantage point who that was he disposed of there, but he did not give him any favors. As Rowdy Day is inch closer, given the lap traffic slowing down Smith, Day was able to separate over the 43 of Brierton, your 2022 Rocket Raceway Park Track champion, who sits 3rd. As Ashcraft about the same distance behind of what Brierton is today. Back to Aaron Roy having a major battle there with Rodney White and Tyler Webb's 56W car. That's a hell of a race going on here. Roy hasn't budged off the middle for the entirety of this one. Your B-main winner, car number 41 out of Wichita Falls, Josh Cornoyer. And the number 41 has got a great race car here out of the B-main. And he tweaked on that baby. And they're trying to work their way around the lap traffic. And Roy prevails over that battle at the time being as they work down the back straightaway. It continues to be Cody Smith all the time right now on the Clark Racing number 25C IRP race car. He has got a nice advantage, not enough to really feel too comfortable, especially considering the 20D of Rowdy Day and the strength that he has shown all season long. I believe we're already down to 5 laps to go. 15 laps are scored. 5 laps remain of this 20-lap Costin & Son Ready Mix USRA Limited Modified main event here at the Rocket Raceway Park on a windy, Petty, Texas night. 4 laps to go now for the 25 of Cody Smith. As Cody Smith doing what he does and what he's done so well in this division. Cody Cody's personal number, of course, 18. 18S, and he won quite a few races in the open wheel modifieds. I was announcing a USMTS modified race at Southern Oklahoma Speedway in Ardmore all the way back in 2013 on a night where Johnny Scott won a USMTS race. And Cody Smith barrel rolled his open wheel modified down the back straightaway that night. I just thought I'd let you know. But for what it's worth, he is an outstanding driver. He went all the way up to Humboldt Speedway, raced the B-Mod, and finished second up there one year in the B-Mod Nationals at Humboldt. And he gets the white flag as he is working his way through lap traffic with a comfortable advantage over the 20D of Bo Day. Of Rowdy Day. There's so many days. Oh boy, right in front of your race leader, and he'll he'll get by unscathed as well as Day. And the caution came out. The checkered was not thrown. That's not really what Cody Smith would have liked to seen. He'd have loved to seen the checkered, having gotten out of there unscathed, but it was a close call. So the checkered flag was not displayed, so that means Cody Smith will have to hit his marks once more. I believe it'll be a green, maybe a green-white checkered, or it could be a green checkered. Not on the other side to ask Kevin Sesteri what exactly we're going to do here, as we were so close. So the Robert Clark Racing, number 25C IRP Racing chassis of Cody Smith, trying to hold on for one more trip around the Rocket Raceway Park. Twelve wins on the year for Cody Smith. He's got several, I believe, down at the Devil's Bowl Speedway. He's got a win at Super Bowl. He's got some wins at Kennedale Speedway Park, Heart of Texas, Devil's Bowl, Big O Speedway, and trying to add another racetrack into the win column here at the tail end of the 2022 racing season. Been a lethal combination with he and Robert Clark Racing. We've seen Tommy Davis Jr. have much success driving that hot rod several years ago as well. But Cody Smith, again, one of the more accomplished drivers in this racing division. He can show up and show out at any racetrack, or really any car. 4 tires and a steering wheel is all he needs to put on a display of pure flawless driving ability. So leading us back to the green flag this time. Can Rowdy Day muster up anything to squirt by the 25C of Cody Smith here in the late going? We're backing away as they sing him full throat down into turn number 1 on the restart. He's dealing with a heavyweight. How about Cornoyer out of the B main? I mean, I'll tell you what, folks, that 41 car is on a different planet. The white flag is out from Kevin Fry to the 25C of Cody Smith. Rowdy Day, 18 wins this year. These two up front, two of the heaviest of heavyweights in Texas. But for the 15th time in 2022, now at 6 different racetracks, going to victory lane, it'll be the 25C of Cody Smith out of Kaufman, Texas. Wow, did Cornoyer get it? Day got Josh Cornoyer by 0.115. As close as it gets there for second, down to the wire. But heading down to Ballistic Trailer Sales victory lane here for his 15th time at 6 different racetracks in the 2022 racing season. The driver of the Clark Racing, Eagles Racing Performance, number 25C out of Kaufman, Texas. Cody Smith. I'll ask you to hold your applause till he climbs out of the race car here in a moment. Maybe Kevin will relay it to Kevin down there. This is his first one here this year. I'll throw it down there to you, Kevin. Kevin, this is Cody's 15th win at 6 different racetracks this year, man. He has been on a roll. That there is no doubt. Climbing out of the car, folks, give it up for Cody Smith out of Kaufman, Texas.
Yes, it is the first SmackDown belt. I've won other races, but I hadn't got one of these, so it's pretty cool, man. Pretty cool hardware. We'll give you a ton who makes all this possible for you, bro. Robert Clark, Chris Bell, Honeycutt, Sandy Gravel. My dad, thanks for helping out. Everybody else that's on board. I appreciate this big team effort. All right, folks, one more big round of applause. Congrats, limited modified feature winner, Mr. Cody Smith. Flag back up to you, buddy.
Been another dominant season for him and Robert Clark after Tommy Davis Jr. and him had a pretty lethal combination a couple of years ago. Now again, I've mentioned a moment ago, his 15th win now at 6 different racetracks. He's won at Devil's Bowl, Kennedale Speedway Park, Super Bowl, Big O, now here at Rocket. I think I'm forgetting one, but he's won at just about every track he's checked in to do battle at here in 2022. And Cody's raced up and down the roads of the United States Modified Touring Series as a hired gun. But he doesn't mind slapping that 25C alongside that race car. So we're ready to go 35 laps in distance for $5,000 for the Byline Surveying USRA factory stocks. So we appreciate all of you great diehard fans that have come out here on a beautiful night here in Petty, Texas, ready to lay it all on the line for $5,000. It hangs in the balance here, and we'll find out who's got the baddest hot rod of the bunch in the USRA factory stocks. On the pole, former $10,000 winner of the King of the Hill at Boot Hill Speedway and former $5,000 Mike Parker Memorial winner. And super late model ASIN standout and the GRT Racing Chassis Debbie Callender Realtors. Number B1, it's Kyle Cummings out of Minden, Louisiana. Outside of him, and the number 5V out of Paris, Texas, 4 wins here on the season for Michael Smith in the number 5V car. Inside of row number 2, top 5 finish in this year's 10,000 win at the King of the Hill, as well as the top 5 of the Mike Parker Memorial. It's Sonny Schaffen at car number 75 out of Salina, Texas. Hired gun this weekend for the driver who is your 2022 track champion here at Rocket Raceway Park. In the number 38 from Blossom, Texas, it's Kyle Blanton in number 38 for Dion Redmond. And the number 1725 chassis out of Wills Point, Texas, the 46-year-old racer with 16 wins on the season. It's TDJ Tommy Davis Jr. in car number 17. Outside of row number 2 in the Fast Line Fabrication, number 82 out of Bonham, Texas. It's Kid Rocket, Shelby Williams. He's got 13 wins on the year. 13 wins on the year for the number 82. He's in an outlaw chassis tonight. Inside of the 4th row, the former sprint car standout out of Winsboro, Texas, the 21, and that's Brian Holland. Going 35 laps in distance for $5,000 here at the Rocket Raceway Park. And the byline surveying USRA factory stocks, a belt to weights, and the 7th annual SmackDown is underway off of turn number 4 here at the Rocket. It takes finesse, it takes discipline to tippy-toe around the bottom of the racetrack. Who's going to have the patience to get the job done here in this one tonight? Schaffen tries to take advantage early, and it's going to bite him as he'll spin around like a top at 3 and 4. We'll send it to promoter school to keep it rolling. As Racing Roy in the number 35. As Racing Roy going to draw the caution early of this 35-lap affair. Racing Roy comes to a screeching stop at the top of turn number 4. And Sonny Schaffen, who did not come to a complete stop, looks like he very well may get his spot back, and that is the reason why we put such an emphasis on, hey, if you get involved in something, if you keep it going, you never know how it may play out. You may get awarded. If you never come to a complete stop and say a caution comes out behind you, then guess what? You get your spot back. It's almost like it never happened. Seen Jill Shannon play them cards into the hands of many racers over the years over at Arklatex. So in a sparing amount of starts this year for your race leader here early, Kyle Cummings. He only raced about 15 or so times this year, but very rarely does he ever finish outside of the top 5. But 3 wins to his credit, and again, second last weekend, the 18th running of the O'Reilly Auto Parts Cajun Cruiser Classic. And what? Oh, he's got a fire underneath over there. Well, if I'd known we were going to roast marshmallows, folks, I'd have told you to bring some. We could have waited till the end of the race. the glare from where I'm looking, it's hard for me to tell exactly who that is over there that's on fire. It's Mitchell Clements, number 32, Triple X Royalty Racing chassis, who comes under fire there, literally. Driving that car this weekend is the hired gun for Casey Jones. Again, the Rocket Raceway Park merchandise trailer has been open for business left of the concession stand all evening long. They got the new Rocket Raceway Park hoodies for sale down there, as well as the t-shirts. And don't forget, the Rocket Raceway Park concession stand is open for business as well. Just a few more races to go yet.
It really seems like with sport mods and so forth, it's top-notch competition.
It is a different driving style there for the Derby. We talk to them all the time, all over the country. And
yes, great show coming up. Congratulations, all the race winners this weekend.
Hi, welcome to Day Motorsports. How can I help you?
Thank you for keeping Day Motorsports in business for over 50 years.
No middleman, no markups, no problems. Go to www.sawblade.com. Performance Sawing.
It really seems like with sport mods and so forth, it's top-notch competition.
It is a different driving style there for the Derby. We talk to them all the time, all over the country. And
yes, great show coming up. Congratulations, all the race winners this weekend.
Hi, welcome to Day Motorsports. How can I help you?
Thank you for keeping Day Motorsports in business for over 50 years.
And it was a 1-2 sweep, as right now your current race leader here at Rocket Raceway Park, Kyle Cummings, second there last weekend. Kenneth Chamberlain was third, and he and Cummings in line for that byline surveying added point money between the two tracks and these two big money-paying weekends. As Cummings right now trying to come out of the great state of Texas with a victory in 5,000, and of course last weekend with some good money and a second place finish to John Parker Jr., as it's going to be Cummings leading here off of corner number 4. As it's going to be interesting to see who's going to be patient in this race, because obviously we've been right around the hub all night long. Early on, it's Shelby Williams picking the pockets of several, and now he'll set his sights on the back deck lid of the number B1 of Cummings, who right now has about a 2-car length advantage as they exit corner number 4, this time down Main Street, and they'll head off into turn number 1. Cummings been so good around the bottom of racetracks at any racetrack, dating all the way back to when he would dominate in UMP modifieds back at Webster Speedway and Champion Park. He and his father Rusty had similar looking super late models. Kyle used to be number 31, swapped to B1, of course, in memory of his late great father. You'll see For a Million Summers on the side of that car, and he also has it in his dash. That's a novel that his dad wrote before he lost his life to ALS. Took him several years to write it, but it's an amazing book, and it is certainly worth seeking out and reaching out. You can find it at Barnes & Noble, Amazon, and a lot of places, but it's a legit published book or novel that his father, Rusty Cummings, who was the 1998 Southern United Professional Racing Series late model champion, which at one time was the longest sanctioned touring series late model body in the entirety of the United States of America. And as right now, the second generation Cummings leads using lessons learned from his fathers. They're 4 wide back here for 5th. Pork Chop Chamberlain just got the best of that 4-wide battle, and he worked his way up inside of the top 4, sits 4th in car number 70. He can't stop the chop. Pork Chop Chamberlain, the 2022 Big O Speedway track champion, up to 4th in 70, and that Panel Trust Soapy King number 70 Laser Chassis. Right behind him, they're doing battle. The 38 Double D of Rodney White out of Ector, Texas, the former Southern National Sport Mod winner at Heart of Texas. He is elected to take the high road of the racetrack along the outside of the 38 of Blossom, Texas racer Kyle Blanton. And I'll tell you what now, folks, that royalty chassis, oh boy, and Rodney White just got the horns, and around he goes. He got the business, and he'll keep her rolling and strolling. But will that come back into the hands of Blanton later on in this race? Sorry, yeah, Blanton. Not sure that it was obviously intentional, but nonetheless, he certainly did give him the horns. And he's built tough. He went around like a top and kept her strolling and rolling. Didn't even fade to the tail there. Lap traffic out in front of your race leader, Kyle Cummings, and he is not playing any favors. And he will now elect to give a lane, but Kyle had to squeeze it in there. Kyle running scared up front. Over a half of a straightaway advantage over the bottom Texan and car number 82, home track racer of Shelby Williams. Shelby Williams coming into tonight with 13 wins on the season. Mainly, the majority of those coming in the IMCA and USRA stock car ranks. As right now, that seems to be one of the best battles on the racetrack. We'll forget about Cummings for now. He's out there, he's up front, and he's minding his business all by his lonesome. The battle for second, it's a good one. I mean, there is a little bit of speed up there, about a half a lane higher, as you've seen the 32 XXX of Mitchell Clement work it to his advantage and be able to actually relegate the number 82 of Kid Rock at the third. Shelby Williams relegated to the third, and Mitchell Clement has found something right there on the middle of the racetrack. Interestingly enough, he is able to start to separate himself as well over the number 82 of Shelby Williams. So Brian Holland as well is up 4 spots in this one. Brian Holland up 4 spots, runs 4th in car number 21. He is also running high on the racetrack. So here we are, folks, after seemingly running on the bottom for the entirety of the racing program in each and every class tonight. Cummings obviously up front, minding his business on the bottom. But Clement's been able to find something about a half of a car lane higher. And then you see Holland as well, up top shelf in the number 21, is up 4 spots in this main event. He's got a good race car as we are right now that time by for Cummings as he crosses underneath the Rocket Raceway Park flag stand with Kevin Fry. Oh, and Kyle Cummings just lost the motor. Kyle Cummings just lost the motor, and he's on the way to the Heartbreak Hotel. Kyle Cummings just popped the weasel, and that is as tough of a go as you can imagine, as that additional $1,000 courtesy of the point fund put up by Byline Surveying just went up in smoke, and he's on the way to the Elvis Presley Boulevard taking a hard left to the Heartbreak Hotel. Oh my. And Mitchell Clement, this just became a much more interesting battle, as now the 82 of Shelby Williams is going to have to try to find every little bit of fortitude he can to try to reel back in that royalty chassis number 32 car. The hired gun Mitchell Clement driving Casey Jones's royalty chassis this weekend. Things just got interesting. It looked like it may have been a snoozer, as Cummings was certainly making it to be one, but right now was this time by for the 32 XXX of Mitchell Clement inheriting the race lead. Lap number 19 scored of 35. The next time by will be down to a regular dirt track Saturday night 20-lap main event into the history books, and 15 more to go. So 5 short of another 20. So 15 laps to go as of now, as he crosses underneath the Rocket Raceway Park flag stand. Porkchop Chamberlain has found a way around the number 21 of Holland. After Holland got around him, I'll tell you what, it is a log jam and a hell of a battle going on back here for 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th, and 8th. It's Chamberlain, it's Holland, it's Tyner, it's White, and the lap traffic of the one car mixed in there as well. And he's bottled up a few competitors, as now Michael Smith will smooth and skate his way through. So we're looking at the black one of Tyner in front of the 38 Double D pink and blue entry of Rodney White, as they battle behind the 21 of Holland, who still continues to roll the outside of the racetrack with reckless abandon. And here comes Shelby Williams. Shelby Williams has thrown the reel out, and he started reeling in the big fish once more. But who's the big fish here? Is it Williams? As of right now, it is in fact the 32 XXX of Mitchell Clement. Well documented, accomplished open wheel modified driver Shelby Williams, so accomplished, and especially at this racetrack. He's won a USRA factory stock feature event here this season, but this is not necessarily his playground. Doesn't race on these slick tires all too often. Driving as the hired gun in that Justin Gillard 2.5 chassis this weekend for Don Wilde, and he is there, knocking on the back door. As my good friend Rick Esselman used to say, and rest in peace to him, he's knocking on the back door like a trick-or-treater with a sweet tooth here just a couple of days, or, well, about 8 days before Halloween. The last time by, an 18, so this time by, an 18.321 to an 18.643. However, the previous lap prior to that, obviously, Williams was faster than Clement. So Clement felt the pressure, turned up the wick, was 3/10 faster. We'll see what the lap times look like this time by. So 18.287 to an 18.311. So pretty close lap times that time. There's gonna have to be something to give for Williams to get there. And perhaps will he root him out of the way? That's a product of this style of racing. It's a whole different kind of approach. Will you make friends, or will you lose friends here tonight? As lap traffic will soon become a factor, and it's now become a reality in the entrance to turn number 3 for the number 32 of Mitchell Clement. Though Racing Roy up top on the racetrack, not in any of these guys' lines that they are electing to take here, as Clement got a little sidestep down there on his entry to turn number 1. Didn't hurt him any, actually separates just a little bit. He's still running that line just a little bit higher on the racetrack, and boy, it has paid dividends to this juncture with 5 laps to go. 5 laps to go here for the 7th running of the annual SmackDown at the Rocket Raceway Park. A belt and $5,000 along with bragging rights hangs into the balance at an ultra premium here as we work down to it. It'll be 4 laps to go this time by. Williams, if he has anything he's left in the tank here, he's going to have to pull out his cards and lay them down to the table. And no time left, as it appears that if there's anything he had, he will have had given it, because right now it's 3 laps to go. As heartbreak for Kyle Cummings, hands over to the race lead after putting himself in position here. Mitchell Clement with 2 laps to go this time by. Mitchell Clement started this race in the 9th starting position. Picked off quite a few in the early going. 1.5 laps to go as he meets the midpoint of the back straightaway. Lap traffic not going to hurt his progress as he enters turn number 3, and he'll come off before to the white flag. He says, Lord, don't fail me now. As a royalty chassis tonight, going to make the Jones family and Casey holler as he'll roll off at turn number 4 this time. Into turns 3 and 4. The driver out of Bonham, Texas, in their royalty chassis 32 XXX, $5,000 richer to Mitchell Clement, the hired gun tonight. Picking up his 3rd win of the season. A pair of Open Wheel Modified wins this year, 1 IMCA Modified victory at Southern Oklahoma Speedway, and a Tom Series victory at Southern Oklahoma as well. Mitchell Clement pulls the slicks out, hops in this car as the hired gun, and he is going to go to Ballistic Victory Lane. He certainly played all the cards that he was dealt in the right favor. He started 9th, and he passed a lot of good race cars. We saw him pick the pockets of several of them. He was running higher up on the racetrack and was somehow, some way able to find enough momentum to shoot off the exit of 2 and as well off of 4. He was just able to find a much stronger run than a lot of these guys. There is no entry down there to the front stretch. Kevin Rogers handling all of the Victory Lane celebrations tonight. So, going to throw it down to Kevin Rogers. How about that, folks? His 3rd win of the year, his first factory stock win of the year comes in a big way as the hired gun tonight for Casey Jones, driving a royalty chassis for $5,000, pending tech, of course. But the Open Wheel Modified standout with an IMCA Modified win this year to his credit at Southern Oklahoma, as well as a Tom's Series win. It's going to be Mitchell Clement with the USRA factory stock win tonight. Give him a hand, Rocket Raceway Park. We'll throw it down to Kevin Rogers.
Started 9th, man. How was it out there? Yeah, man. Casey, this is my 2nd time ever got a factory side, so I just listened to him and I am dialed in, man. Guys, the 2nd night in the factory stock, going to take home $5,000 in a cool bag, man. How cool is tonight for you? Man, I don't know if that'll be a factory stock, but I'll take it. Who helps you out, man, in this car? I know it's only the 2nd time, but try to ride him off best you can. Man, I'm going to load. I don't know what else. Casey Jones is the only royalty chassis. I have to look at it. The steel and towing, 1221 suspension. And I don't even know it. It's my 2nd time to see it. A lot of folks have helped on this guy, folks. One more big round of applause for the San Antonio SmackDown USA Factory Stock Victory. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Kevin. Nice racetrack. Zach, back up to you, buddy.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for this Southern Topless Modified final feature race of the year. Going to determine our points champion in the Southern Topless Modifieds. The T11, Jacob Toomey, saw him on television on KXI this week. He's got about a 30-point lead over the 61 of Kelly Welburn out of Princeton, Texas, and the 85, Tim Simmons, out of Seagoville, Texas. So we'll see if this Carthage driver can put his strategy together and get a championship ring on his finger tonight. Like I said, he talked a little bit about it on television, how he was going to do it, how he was going to take care of his car during this feature race. So he will be starting in the 4th starting position in this feature race. Let me give you the tentative lineup as the cars are fixing to roll out on the racetrack. On the pole, out of DeBerry, Louisiana, won that Dash for Cash, the L8. That's going to be Mr. Chase the Mad Hatter Hatton, also sponsored by Hooks Coing. Right next to him, Seagoville, Texas, your 2021 champion, Mr. Tim Simmons. We call him Mr. Excitement in the 85 car. Second row on the inside, the Dr. William Brooks Carthage Machine Mechanical Solutions on the side of that car. That is the Grasshopper lawnmower dealer in Carthage if you're looking for a lawnmower. Right next to him, his teammate, the T11, Jacob Toomey. Toomey trucking on the side of that machine, and again, he is looking for a points championship. Third row on the inside, out of Princeton, Texas, Shotcrete and Mike Owens Material, the 7 of Johnny Miller out of Princeton. Right next to him, the 1, Jimmy Day out of Greenville, Texas, sponsored by Sanford Trucking. Rolling down into the field, the 87, the little lady. We call her the Jewel, Julie Whitley out of Vivian, Louisiana. Right next to her, the 61, Kelly Welburn, sitting in the second spot in the points, trying to figure out how he can get by that T11 car. Kelly in the Ford out of Princeton, Texas. Moving on down in the field, the 17 out of Beckville, Texas, Anthony Templeton. Right next to him, the 9D out of Van Alstyne, Justin Dane. Then is the Mopar, the 71C, Chad the Deacon Anderson out of Sherman. Right next to him, the 01 Kevin Arrington out of Royce City. The 2016 champion, 21, Gil Faber in the Custom Machine Shop Ford out of Bells, Texas. On the inside, outside of him, the 99, Milton Braun, sponsored by 903 Barbecue. And then rounding out the field, the 18, Cameron Buckaloo out of Valley View, Texas. And the 49J, I don't know if he is going to make the race. That's going to be Larry Bell out of Purcell, Oklahoma. Look the cars over, pick out your favorite driver. Got a points championship going on as well as a big money feature race. The L8, Chase Hatton going to pace him. Marsh Landers looking him over, and we are racing. Everybody gets through the first turn cleanly, and that L8 working on trying to get a large lead on the rest of that field. They're giving chase, the 99 William Brooks side by side with the 85 of Tim Simmons. Then we got the 1 Jimmy Day and the T11 looking caution on the racetrack. Slow the action down, getting everybody relined back up. Want to know a little bit about the Southern Topless Modifieds? Go to our Facebook page, Southern Topless Modifieds, or txstemracing.net. Has the rules, regulations, where we're going to be racing, pictures of the cars, everything you want to know about the Southern Topless Modifieds, you can go check out on the website. 2023 season will be starting next March as we conclude our season tonight. Began the season here at Rocket Raceway Park, and we're ending the season here at Rocket Raceway Park. The L8, 4-time feature race winner, Chase the Mad Hatter Hatton. Then will be the 85, Tim Mr. Excitement Simmons, sponsored by Darby Diesel Repair and Waltz Racing Engines. The 99, William the Dr. Brooks, sponsored by Carthage Machine. The T11, Jacob Wildchild Toomey, also sponsored by Carthage Machine, as well as Toomey Trucking and IRP Racing Cars. The 61, Kelly Welburn. In the Ford-powered machine, out of Princeton, Texas, Bauer Motorsports and 380 Pawn helping out on that car. The 1 of Jimmy Day out of Greenville, Texas. Sanford Trucking on the side of that car. Right behind him is that 61 of Kelly Welburn. Right next to Kelly is a 7 of Johnny Miller, Texas Shotcrete and Mike Owens Materials. Then moving in the field, the 87 of the lady, Julie Whitley, as we're racing. 17 right next to him, that's going to be Mr. Anthony Templeton. And then here comes the 9D on the outside. Justin Dane trying to find a hole, and he pulls off the track. Up front, the L8, Chase Hatton, moving that IRP chassis around the track. Here comes Jimmy Day getting around some of the other drivers, and he's going to give chase. He has won a feature race this year in the Southern Topless Modifieds. Then will be 2 teammates, the 99 of William Brooks, the T11 of Jacob Toomey. Again, all Toomey is thinking about, I got to finish ahead of that 61 car and within some points of that 85 car so I can make my championship for the 2022 season. Couple of cars sideways in turn number 3 and 4. He pointed in the wrong direction. The 21 of Gil Faber, the 18 of Cameron Buckaloo. As you can see, the 21 car of Faber had a rough night so far tonight. Probably having some handling issues and everything else, the way the front end of that car is pancake. He is your 2016 points champion. Looks like he's going to call it a night. The 87 Julie Whitley out of Vivian, Louisiana, will be in a new car next year in the STEM series. Told me all about it right before the racing action started tonight. Looking forward to some new equipment, and give her a little bit of credit. She is going to be racing hard. She's had some good runs so far this year, and then had some bad luck towards the end of the races and didn't finish. So hopefully the new equipment's going to help her out. Getting everybody set in their spot. Cars need to get some heat built up in the tires on these machines, as they need that heat to stick. Here comes the 18. Cameron Buckaloo going to join the back of the pack, since he did bring out the red and yellow flag. The L8, Delaware restart, all by himself. Chase the Mad Hatter Hatton, done that many times before. Right behind him is the 99 of William Brooks. The 1, Jimmy Day. Then in the next row, the T11, Jacob Toomey. Right next to him, the 85, Mr. Excitement, Tim Simmons. Then the 61, Kelly Welburn. The 7, Johnny Miller. 17, Anthony Templeton, the 87, Julie Whitley. Then the 01, Kevin Arrington, the 18. Cameron Buckaloo, the 71C, getting a good run on the outside in that Mopar. That's going to be Chad Anderson. And then bringing up the rear, the 99 of William Braun. And we got a car sideways in turn number 3 and 4, the 17, Anthony Templeton. Rolling down to the bottom of the racetrack, and we are staying green. The L8 going to be on the front of the next restart, just like he was in the last one. Then it will be the 1 of Jimmy Day. Jimmy will choose, does he want to start on the inside of row number 2 or on the outside of row number 2? And then the 99 will also be on row number 2, whatever Jimmy doesn't want. Row number 3 will be the T11 of Jacob Toomey and the 85 of Tim Simmons. Then will be the 7, Johnny Miller, and the 87 of Julie Whitley. Then this Mopar, the 71C. And we're racing. Single file restart. Chase Hatton on the bottom, on the top. Jimmy Day. Jimmy tried to use this same strategy the last time we raced, and he raced to a third spot. The L8 of Chase Hatton slowing down because we've got a caution on the track. '17 of Anthony Templeton turned around backwards. Got the car refiled. He will start on the back. Looks like the 18 of Cameron Buckaloo going to be pulling off the racetrack. Up front, the L8. Chase the Mad Hatter Hatton. The 1, Jimmy Day. The 99, William Brooks. The T11, Jacob the Wild Child Toomey. The 85, Mr. Excitement, Tim Simmons. The 7, Johnny Miller. The 61, Kelly Welburn. The 87, Julie Whitley. The 71C, Chad Anderson. The 01, Kevin Arrington. And the 99 of William Braun. And we're racing again. Car is getting strung out just a little bit, and that L8 car pulling away from that 1 of Jimmy Day. Let's see if Day's got anything for him in these closing laps of this feature race. The 99 of William Brooks being challenged by the T11 of Jacob the Wild Child Toomey for that third spot. Moving farther back in the field, got a battle between the 71C of Chad Anderson, that 01 of Kevin Arrington, and the 99 of William Braun. L8 car staying in the middle of the track or towards the bottom. The 01, the 1 trying to figure out a better spot where maybe he can catch up to him, but so far nothing is working. That L8 of Chase Hatton just has it figured out. As the 2 of those cars pulling away from the rest of the field as we have a battle for that third spot with the T11. Jacob Toomey getting by his teammate, the 99 of William the Dr. Brooks. Then will be the 85 Tim Simmons holding down the 5th spot with the 7 of Johnny Miller right behind him, trying to figure out if he can get around both of those cars as we have a car sideways in turn number 2, bringing out the yellow flag. And that is your leader. Wanted to make sure that is your leader that brought out that yellow flag, the L8 of Chase the Mad Hatter Hatton. So guess what? He's going to go to the back. See if he can work his way up to the front and pick up right back where he left off. But up front now, Jimmy Day out of Greenville, Texas, has inherited the lead. Right behind him, our current points leader, the T11, Jacob Toomey. Then the 99 of William the Dr. Brooks. The 85, Tim Simmons. The 7, Johnny Miller. The 61, the Iceman, Kelly Welburn. The 87, Julie Whitley. And we've got to stop the racing action for front stretch. The 87, Julie Whitley, getting together. Checking to make sure everybody is okay. Tried to climb up the back of the car. Everybody has landed on the wheels. Everything's good there. Nobody has been got upside down. Looks like the wrecker's going to have to be doing a little bit of work to get the track cleared. Looks like that's the 61 of Kelly Welburn. Second place in the points currently. And he has rolled the car down into the middle of the turn. Looks like he's going to get some help to get off the track. Up front, the 1, Jimmy Day out of Greenville, Texas, already a feature race winner this year. Right behind him is the T11, Jacob the Wild Child Toomey, a 2-time feature race winner this year. Right behind him, the 99, Dr. William Brooks. Then is the 85 of Tim Simmons, also a feature race winner this year, 2021 champ. The 7, Johnny Miller out of Princeton, Texas. Then the 71C out of Sherman, currently 4th in the points in the little Mopar. That's the Deacon, Chad Anderson, sponsored by the Goodyear store in downtown Sherman. Then the L8, multi-time feature winner this year in the series. That's going to be Mr. Chase the Mad Hatter Hatton, trying to figure out how he's going to get around all those cars in front of him. And the 99 of William Braun. As looks like Miss Julie Whitley going to be going back home on the wrecker. But the cars did what they were supposed to do. They protected the drivers in that accident. Everybody's going to get to go home. They'll get the cars put back together for next year, right before the season. And Julie gets to take a ride in the back seat of the wrecker, in the 4-door truck, instead of in the hot rod. Have to clean up some of the debris off of those cars. sure the track is clean, and we're going to go back to racing action here in one lap with the 1, Jimmy Day up front, the T11, Jacob Toomey, the 99, William Brooks, the 85, Tim Simmons, the 7, Johnny Miller, the 71C, Chad the Deacon Anderson, the 01, Kevin Arrington, the 99, William Braun, and the L8 of Chase Hatton. Watch the front end of that number 1 car, and when it dips, we are racing. Green flag out by Mr. Marsh Landers. White flag out for that 1 of Jimmy Day. The T11, Jacob Toomey going, I'm trying to figure out how to get around him, but now his teammate is coming up on the inside, the 99, William Brooks. Checkered flag out for the 1, Jimmy Day out of Greenville, Texas, then the number T11, Jacob Toomey, the 99, William Brooks, the 85, Tim Simmons, the 7, Johnny Miller. Looks like the L8 of Chase Hatton got up to the 6th spot. Want to congratulate the T11. Looks like tentatively Jacob Toomey has won the points championship. But pulling into victory lane out of Greenville, Texas, had some kiddos racing tonight also as well. $750 check going to Mr. Jimmy Day. Of course, the cars do have to go into tech. He was telling me before the races he was trying to get the bugs out of it. The carburetor wasn't working right, all kinds of other issues, but it looks like he got it all put together because that thing was flying tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, give him a round of applause out of Greenville, Texas. The 1, the patriarch of the family, Mr. Jimmy Day.
Topless, the kindly modified champion for the 7-day SmackDown, Mr. Jimmy Day. Jimmy chasing out front, man. Who's up here chasing down, man. How much fun are these cars, and how was the race for you tonight?
If you like playing on icy roads, you'll love driving these class out here. It's a blast.
Well, it's going for the mindset when Chase was kind of setting the pace early on. You just want a good conservative second. It looked like kind of both of y'all just running there. What was going through your mind as far as trying to get to the 20 laps?
Second place pays $300. I spent way more than that to get here, so I was trying to get every inch I could get. We wasn't really doing anything. When he spun out, I didn't have nothing for him.
Well, I was talking to you before we turned the mic on. One of those Bowdays got one of these. Now you got one. Rowdy doesn't have one. How much fun are you going to have with Thanksgiving with them boys?
Oh, I'm fixing to give him hell over here in just a minute.
Well, Chase fans, we'll Jimmy Day tells you about some of this combination.
We've got JD Installations. We've got Bodies by 29, Stanford Trucking, Donnie 81, BCJ Plumbing, Established 82, and Rowdy's Quick Lube, and Danny's Air and Heat, and Dennis and Sons Operators.
We also need to think as right for to get more of this stuff, so we'll get that for you. Race fan, one more round of applause for United States feature winner, Mr. Jimmy Day. Zach, back up one, bud.
So evidently some guys were out of order, so Kevin ordered them to stop on the back straightaway, and he was pulling them up one by one here on the front stretch, and evidently the 15 didn't have a race receiver, and that's a big no-no. So he's lucky he'll be able to continue in this one for what it's worth, but this is your final race of the night, the Buckmeyer Motorsports Ecomods. Final race of the weekend here for the 7th running of the SmackDown here at the Rocket Raceway Park. And scheduled to be on the pole in the Ingalls Racing Performance Racing Chassis, number 15 of Austin Fincher. He's out of Cary, Oklahoma. And outside of him, so just like last night here in the Ecomods at the racetrack, Cody Miller, who led 17 of the main event laps last night of that 20-lap affair, did not go home with the victory. We'll see if tonight is different, because he still leads on the early circuits of this one, a lot like last night. Interestingly enough, these guys are tippy-toeing on the outside of the racetrack now, and it looks like it's not really slowing them down much. From about 4th on back behind that red 77 of Chad Ross, who rides 3rd here off the exit of corner number 4. But it's still Cody Miller all the time, out front minding his business on the 163 car. As the exit corner number 2, how about trying to grab 3rd down the back straightaway? He does by about a half gas whisker. How about Peanut or Gary Fitch rolling that middle to high line on the speedway, and he has got a good run into turn number 1 once more. Gary Fitch has a hot rod here in this main event. Drew Pettit, who had to come from worst to 3rd in his heat race effort earlier tonight that put him up for a pretty decent starting spot in this feature event. He's already up 3 spots. So they work off of turn number 2 and down the back straightaway with lamb traffic up in front of the nose of your race leader. He'll have to go to the bottom and change his line a little bit on the line that he's been comfortably running here all weekend long. Last night, duly noted that Miller led so many laps, and then Sean Williams on a late race restart pulled the rabbit out of the hat and disposed of him, and was able to go and route to victory lane. So as we roll off of 4, Miller starting to stretch it out once more here as these guys second on back continue to battle pretty tightly here off of turn 4. Drew Pettit now, the bridesmaid. Pettit and that Western Flyer, number 20 D car. Rolls up to turn number 3, up to the second spot. As Fitch still rim riding the top ropes of the Rocket Raceway Park. Here's the exit corner number 4. Archie Witt and the number 15 machine. Pole sitter relegated back to 4th, but continues to fight tooth and nail. And here comes Pettit for the race lead to the inside. Drew Pettit trying to score another victory. He makes a power bold move off of turn number 4. A bold move indeed, and he will sit down and take a seat. Adam Miller. Adam Miller, who has been in the catbird seat both nights, led so many laps, and boy, he's going to have to get up on it if he wants to get a victory to show for all the laps that he's led here. But nonetheless, we'll have known that his presence was felt and that he had a good hot rod. As Miller now again relegated to 2nd, is Pettit now singing his own song out front and starting to stretch out that advantage. As they exit corner number 4, it's Pettit at the line over Cody Miller, who's now got his hands full with Peanut Fitch's 197 hot rod, as Chad Ross is 4th. And Archie Witt from the pole has slid back to 5th, although he continues to fight down to the inside of the 77 and continues to wage war with Chad Ross for 4th. Just outside of the top 5 and 6, the 94 Trevor Rainey, who's running the top line of the racetrack. Just behind him, the 168 of Brian Hopkins, and you'll find Billy Pott's 29 car. 9th is the 10 car of Austin Fincher, and rounding out the top 10 at this juncture of the race with not sure exactly how many we got in the books. Our lap timing and scoring lap counter ticker is not calculating the laps, but I will take a stab and say we're on lap 9. Let's just say 9. And I'm going to count them from here and see how close that I was. One exiting the top of turns 1 and 2. No harm, no foul there. As Drew Pettit has stretched that lead out very nicely here at the Rocket Raceway Park. Oh, 5 laps to go. So I was off about 5 or 6 laps. And we got one around in 3 and 4, and it will look like, yep, the caution does come out here. Could be the very last caution of the entire night and weekend here. And it's right there in the racing line and not able to get the car refired. No other choice but to throw the caution flag here in the late going with just 3 laps to go. Drew Paddock trying to hit his marks just for 3 more trips around his home speedway here in Petty, Texas, off of turn number 4. Kevin Fry waves the green flag. We'll try to get this one into the history books without any more spinners or any kind of corners. They're going to go 3 wide momentarily, and around goes Chad Ross. I jinxed it. He will get back into the gas, and he'll keep it strolling and keep it rolling, but not before he loses a top 5 performance here tonight. Went right by the wayside, had a great effort going. Ecomod's putting on a great display here in a hell of a battle for second here in the waning stages. White flag going to be coming out this time by. Sorry, 2 laps to go. 2 to go this time by. And Drew Paddock will have earned this win here tonight. They're always earned and never given. But given the circumstances, drawing dead last in his heat, and we have problems down in 3 and 4. Drew Paddock scoring wins this season on 5 different occasions. This is looking to be his 6th dub of the season here. Got the win all the way back on April the 23rd. Scored another one on May the 7th, June the 11th, August 13th, and September the 17th. And looking like he's going to go back-to-back, I guess, outside of last night with Sean Williams. Was able to pick everybody's pocket there in the late going. You'll see Drew Paddock racing quite frequently around Southern Oklahoma Speedway and here at Rocket. And we saw him check into Boyd Raceway and RPM on a couple of occasions this year as well. So the 19-year-old out of Kaufman, Texas, looking to, again, get his 6th victory of the season here at Rocket Raceway Park. When we go back to the green flag, I'll just have a green-white checkered to put into the history books here. After Cody Miller had led so many laps this weekend, he's going to have to pull a rabbit out of the proverbial hat if he wants to get the job done here. Miller. No victories to his credit this year, but he has been very, very tough all weekend long. Green flag is back out, and we are back underway. Gary Fitch sends it full throat to the top ropes into turns 1 and 2. He's going to find a run and look to dispose of Miller down the back straightaway. He will for the time being. Into turn number 3 we go. Wow, Fitch has found some stick up there. Not sure if he's got enough mustard to squirt by the 20D of Drew Paddock as Miller gets another run down to the inside of Fitch. He's bringing Billy Potts along in tow as well on that top rope. Final time of the turns 3 and 4. Again, 6th win of the 2022 racing season here at the Rocket Raceway Park. Going to Ecomod, Buckmeyer Motorsports, victory lane of the Western Flyer 20D. Drew Paddock, your winner tonight. Good race down to the wire. Gary Fitch snacks second away from Cody Miller. Miller will have to settle for the 3rd spot. Brian Hopkins 4th on the 168. And rounding out the top 5, the IRP number 15 of Archie Witt. So we'll head down to Ballistic Victory Lane here at Rocket Raceway Park with Kevin Rogers with your now 6th-time winner at the Rocket Raceway Park this season in the Western Flyer number 20D of Drew Paddock. Had to really fight through adversity tonight, had the cars stacked up against him, had to come from dead last in the heat, pass a bunch of cars, put himself in prime position to get here tonight on into Victory Lane. For everyone that's happened to head out here, it is the final race of the night. It's been a pleasure. I want to thank Kevin and Kevin so much for the opportunity to be here at Rocket this weekend. We'll head down with Kevin Rogers trackside for your Victory Lane celebration with your Buckmeyer Motorsports Ecomod winner, Drew Patton.
It was good. Once we got going out there, we just stayed on the bottom and just tried to validate how long the race gonna last. Seemed like it's going forever, but it was good. For sure, I ain't never going out like this, but sweet. I'm absolutely kicking you out. Chaco, my girlfriend, my dad, Pops and Grammy, Jerry Boys, Joseph, there's a few out there probably get quite a few. Congratulations, folks. Give them a big round of applause for us. Buckmeyer Motorsports, Ecomod, feature winner, Mr. Drew Patton. Final time, I'll send it back up to you, Jack.
Again, race fans, that's a wrap. We thank y'all so much for choosing the Rocket Raceway Park this weekend as your official racing destination. On behalf of Kevin Sestair and the entire staff here at the Rocket Raceway Park, for the concession stand workers, ticket booth workers, and anyone you made contact with this weekend that may have had a Rocket Raceway Park shirt on, we thank y'all so much for choosing this place this weekend as your racing destination. We thank all of our presenting sponsors and corporate sponsors here at the Speedway. If it weren't for you guys, then this wouldn't be possible. Congratulations to all the winners this weekend. Mitchell Clement being crowned the 7th annual SmackDown winner for $5,000. And we want to thank all the audience as well watching back at home on raceontexas.com. We thank you guys as well for enjoying this great sport, even if it's from the comfort of your own home or on the go on your smartphone. I'm Zach Clark with raceontexas.com. Always an honor and a privilege. Thank these guys for the opportunity to be here this weekend. It was certainly a lot of fun. Everybody, please drive safe, headed home, and be blessed and be a blessing. We'll see you next time. Next event in November 7th, 8th, and 9th, I do believe, and it's the American Racer Modified Series Nationals. 3 nights of racing action, the ARMS Nationals. You want to go ahead and throw that on the agenda and be sure to be here. Everyone, be safe and be a blessing. We'll see you next time.
It really seems like with sport mods and so forth, it's top-notch competition.
It is a different driving style there for the Derby. We talk to them all the time, all over the country. And
yes, great show coming up. Congratulations, all the race winners this weekend.
Hi, welcome to Day Motorsports. How can I help you?